Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good evening thus far. We are going live as we have a tornado warning in Texas for a little over 10,000 people just to the south of Houston. We also have a new tornado watch that was just issued in Mississippi and Louisiana. We have a long evening ahead of severe weather, including a risk of tornadoes. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. We just got a brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be located just down to the south of Houston. We actually did have some pretty significant severe weather roll through Houston not too long ago, and we actually end up having a widespread swath of 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds that impacted the Houston airport back over near Missouri City and all across the Houston metro. We now have a large tornado warning that has been issued, and this is going to include Texas City, League City, Friendsworth, and Pearland. So if you're in any of these locations, you want to make sure that you're getting to your safe place right now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building, as there is an ongoing risk right now of a tornado. There are several storms in this line that are currently rotating. So if we go over to live radar here, you can actually see all the different little kinks that have developed over the last few minutes. So we have a large hook echo that has just developed back over near Friendswood and League City. There's another one that is just off to the west of Dickinson, and then one further down to the south near Liverpool. And so we have three areas of different rotation right now that are moving into the direction of Galveston, Texas. Galveston is not currently included in this tornado warning, but there are surrounded areas that are included in this, like Santa Fe, Hitchcock, Texas City, and League City. We actually have a few live cameras that are inside of this tornado warning, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on these. This is a live shot currently inside of the tornado warning. This one is in Dickinson, Texas. We're going to go ahead and put that on one of our slots here. So we'll put that slot 2. The other one will go slot 1. So if we go over to here, I'm going to go to the 3 camera view. You can now see 3 different cameras that are inside of this tornado warning. The one on the bottom right, we're going to flip that one out, if I can find a different one here. This is actually, let's go to this one live. So this is live on the north side of this tornado warning. This is back over near South Houston, right next to the Elgin International Airport. And look at all the people with their hazards on right now. So we currently have very heavy rain coming down. The winds are gusting around 60, 65 miles per hour. Report back over in Sugar Land, Texas was right around 70 miles per hour. So the winds are very strong in this line currently. But you'll notice, again, all the hazards that are on currently, very low visibility, and we have very significant winds that are currently approaching the Galveston, Texas area. So if you have any friends or family currently in this tornado warning back over towards Galveston, please make sure that they're aware of this situation. Again, this is going to be a pretty significant threat, I think, at least for the next few hours, as we are expecting wind shear to increase and embedded tornadoes within our line of thunderstorms become more of a problem as this continues to track to the east. Now, I do want to point out, we're going to go rotation by rotation first, and we do have actually something brand new on the channel that you guys have never seen before. But we have a new thing called the velocity scale. It's actually the max velocity scale. And so what this basically shows you, and I'll put it at the top left or top right of your screen here, it basically shows you the rotation in a storm. And we're basically going to go through each individual couplet southeast of Houston and kind of give you an idea of where the strongest area of rotation is. And it's on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 basically means there's almost no rotation. 10 means that there is a tornado on the ground. So it's a large scale that basically gives you an idea of what kind of tornado risk we have ongoing. And really the main couplet that we were watching for quite some time was northwest of League City. You can actually see the hook echo that is just south of South Houston now. This is the one that was very close to actually producing a tornado just a few minutes ago. And now over the last several minutes, we've seen that hook kind of get a little bit more disorganized as it's approached League City, but there is still a large broad area of rotation. Right now, it's about a 3 or 4 on the velocity scale, so it's still low to medium rotation. It's not very strong as of right now, but it could intensify as it starts to approach the bay. I do think the tornado risk will continue to increase, especially once these storms go more in the direction of Beaumont and as well as Port Arthur. There's one a little bit further down to the south. That's the one that's directly over the southwest side of League City. That one's right around the 3 to 4 range as well. It's basically low to moderate rotation approaching the Dickinson, Texas area. We also have another one that was a little bit stronger just a few minutes ago that is now over Liverpool. This one's down to about a 1 or 2. So it's not nearly as intense as of now. It's pretty weak rotation, and that's currently going towards Hitchcock. So again, this velocity scale, we'll go more in detail on it and throughout the stream, but basically it gives you an idea of how strong a rotation is with each individual storm. Over the last scan, you can see the reds basically are the winds that are going away from the radar. The greens are going towards the radar. Fairly broad area of rotation on the south side of this tornado warning. But I do want to reiterate that there are several storms that are currently rotating all up and down this line of thunderstorms. It is not just this area that is tornado warned. In fact, we do have a large line of thunderstorms that extends all the way up towards Shreveport. There is a lot of lightning, there's a lot of wind with this thing, and it's going to continue to produce the risk of not just damaging winds, but also the risk of a few tornadoes. So that is why we are live here this evening. A little bit further off to the north, closer to the Dayton and as well as Sour Lakes areas. This is where we have a couple of storm chasers, including Tornado Pagey and also storm chaser Ryan Scholl, and they are both located just to the west of Beaumont. There have been a couple of little kinks in the line that have at least indicated that we have some broad rotation, and for right now, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy that would really concern me at this point right now in terms of an imminent tornado risk. But as these storms continue to push towards Beaumont, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on a possible tornado risk. At the bare minimum, we are going to be watching for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour as these storms continue to track to the east. A little bit further down to the south along I-10, this is east of Houston, we do have a small little hook that is trying to develop right over Old River Winfrey, and that's going to be basically paralleling I-10. So that's moving directly to the east right now. Not an imminent tornado concern as of right now, but as it continues to track to the east, we may see this try to wrap up and maybe produce a possible tornado risk. This right here is actually a bit more concerning. We have a very defined hook echo that is now moving over the bay. So this is north of Seabrook, north of Galveston. This is moving directly over to the bay. It's going to be going towards Beach City, and the rotation's actually strengthened quite a bit here over the last few scans. We do not currently have a tornado warning on this, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning once this goes over the bay. It's currently kind of just going again over water, and once it gets off the water and goes closer to the Anahuac area, there will most likely be a better chance there of a tornado. But that storm definitely looks a little bit more concerning right now, and again, that is currently tracking to the east. And if we go back off to the north, closer to Shreveport and Leesville, the Shreveport area right now is mostly dealing with strong storms. We don't currently have anything that severe at this time. It's mostly damaging winds and a lot of lightning, very heavy rainfall as well. But further down to the southwest of Leesville, we have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms that just went through I think that is the Seine National Forest. That's near Hemphill. This is mostly producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. However, there is a possibility of a tornado if this starts to wrap up. If we start to see this bow out more and we get a little inflow on the north side, there will be a better shot of a tornado going into western Louisiana. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there is actually one area here near Shreveport that is attempting to wrap up. We're looking off to the southeast of Shreveport here near Ringgold. This couplet right here is starting to wrap up a lot tighter in the last few scans. I would expect a tornado warning for this pretty soon as it heads towards Highway 71.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that is southeast of Shreveport. We have a new area of rotation. I'm going to standing mode. This back over to the near Shreveport. So again, there is a new area of rotation, and this one's actually wrapping up pretty quickly right now. This is the latest scan. This is west of Hall Summit. All right, so west of Hall Summit, this is going to be back over near Ringgold. We have an area of rotation that is developed right over Route 71 that is currently tracking to the northeast. So if you're back over near the Ringgold area, stay weather aware. All right, there's a brand new area of rotation that is heading directly towards you. Right now, I put this around a 3 on our rotation scale, so it's not too strong for right now, but obviously that could change as this continues to track off to the northeast here over the next several minutes. So if you're back over to the southeast of Shreveport, again, definitely be staying weather aware. Main concern right now is still damaging winds, but there's a little bit of rotation that has developed just down to the southwest there of Ringgold in Texas. All right, let's head back down to Houston. And once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect for Houston. And look at this right here. This couplet that is south of the radar site near Santa Fe has actually intensified over the last several minutes. This is currently tracking up towards I-45, and it will be actually going toward, actually, it might be going more east. Let's do a little loop here. This is going a bit more due east. So Galveston, Texas needs to be watching this closely. All right, so if you're over in Galveston, Texas, we got a strengthening area of rotation and a
new tornado warning has been
pretty large area of rotation that is currently tracking to the east. We also just got a brand new tornado warning. It's the storm that Riley was just talking about. So we have a brand new tornado warning just south of Ringgold in Louisiana near Hall Summit and Castor. This is currently tracking to the east-northeast. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So once again, this is currently tracking to the east-northeast. It will be going towards Castor over the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then eventually going towards Lucky, which is not overly lucky here on this Valentine's Day here in Louisiana. So if you're over in those areas, definitely stay weather aware. Brand new tornado warning again in Louisiana. I do want to mention, by the way, we did mention this a few minutes ago, didn't really talk much about it, but we do have a new tornado watch that has been issued for Louisiana and as well as Mississippi. Can somebody send me the tornado watch? I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But we do have a new tornado watch that was issued. So notice here, this is the brand new tornado watch. It's all in the pink. So that does include areas just outside of Jackson, Mississippi, into Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Lafayette, Alexandria. All those areas, you need to be staying weather aware tonight, as there will be a risk for a few tornadoes. Here's the actual graphic. So it does include Monroe as well. So Monroe's included in this, Alexandria, DeRidder, and Lake Charles, where a few tornadoes are likely tonight. So actually pretty strong wording here from the National Weather Service, using the likely freeze. We do not see that very often on 5% tornado risk days, but for today, they have gone ahead and used a little bit of stronger wording here for tonight. Isolated quarter-sized hail and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible out of this line of thunderstorms. So if you're anywhere in that yellow area, which is pink on Radar Omega, but if you're anywhere in this yellow region here on this map, make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go, as there will be a tornado risk overnight tonight for some of you, and even for many of you often in the parts of the western side of the watch here will be mostly over the next few hours. And regardless, it is a nighttime threat. It's a nocturnal tornado threat, which makes things a little bit more concerning. All right, going back down to the Houston area, the last few radar scans still showing pretty strong rotation west of Galveston. If you have any friends or family that are in Galveston, Texas, make sure that they're aware of this. There is no tornado warning currently for your location, but in about 10 to 15 minutes, if this rotation continues to remain strong, we may end up seeing a tornado warning a little bit further off to the east. Back up near League City, there's still some rotation. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can see that on the terminal radar site. Doesn't look as strong anymore. So the terminal radar site showing more of a wind threat that is moving into Dickinson, Texas right now. This is a live shot in Dickinson. Let me go full cam to this. That is Texas City. Let's go Dickinson. So this is live right now. So this is inside of our tornado warning. And again, you can watch all these different live weather cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Once again, this is live, and you can see the winds are actually picking up right now. There are also no cars stuck today. That is an old overlay. But you can see, again, the winds rapidly picking up here. We are expecting damaging wind gusts around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Keep in mind that back over in Sugar Land, Texas, there was a confirmed 67 mile per hour wind gust. That is, I believe, the only confirmed wind gust as of right now, but winds are rapidly picking up here. Again, no active tornado from what we can see here, but it's definitely very windy. Look here, actually, bottom right of your screen, south of Dickinson. I don't know what direction this camera's looking, but on the south side of Dickinson, there is actually a couplet that is currently forming. So this is only about a half a mile from the camera. You can see it right here with that white X on the bottom right of your screen. That is where the camera is located. And I'm not sure if this is looking south. If I had to guess, it's probably looking north. But if it were to be looking south, there could be a tornado buried back in there. But you can actually see the rotations a lot stronger there on the bottom right of your screen there. It's actually intensified over the last couple of scans. But look at that wind. My goodness. Again, this is right inside of our tornado warning. This is all live right now. So if you're in Dickinson, Texas, or Texas City, use this visual here to understand why you should be going to your safe place. Straight line winds currently gusting around 60 miles per hour, and a possible tornado embedded in this line right now on the south side of League City. This tornado warning currently includes 277,000 people, by the way, so this is not a small population. A lot of people live in this warning. For reference, by the way, this is Texas City. This is east of where the couplet is currently located. It's night and day difference right now. You can barely see that American flag back there. Visibility has dropped significantly over the last few minutes. There is a clear hook echo, though. Look at the bottom right here. If we have a tornado, it's going to be on the southeast side of Dickinson. So right there. All right, so southeast of Dickinson, we could have a tornado on the ground. Again, this is live in Dickinson. I mean, man, this wind is very intense. It almost looks like a hurricane out there right now. I know it's nighttime, so it's a little bit harder to see everything that's going on, but this is intense conditions. Like, that flag is whipping like crazy right now. There could be a tornado, guys. I'm not going to lie. Like, there could be a tornado southeast of Dickinson. If not, it's very close to it. We have extremely strong winds at the minimum right now, moving through Dickinson. And this is coming up towards San Leon and Texas City. Again, you need to get to a sturdy structure, get to the lowest floor of your home or building, whether that's your apartment building, whether that is your home. If you're in a mobile home, you want to get to a sturdy structure as well. But the conditions that we are witnessing right now are very, very intense. We have a hook echo on the southeast side of town right now, and there could be a tornado. Velocities are not showing overly strong rotation, but they are indicating very intense winds moving right towards Texas City. Also, that rotation that is moving towards Galveston has gotten a little bit stronger. Or a little bit weak, sorry, a little bit weaker over the latest scan. So not nearly as intense as the last scan. It's gotten slightly weaker. So Galveston still stay weather aware, not as intense for now, but that again could change. We've still got a little bit of time before that storm actually gets to you. If you're just tuning in, this is live inside of our tornado warning southeast of Houston, Texas. This is near Dickinson. It's moving towards Texas City. Texas City, you need to get to your sturdy structure immediately. We could have a tornado on the ground here that is moving east-southeast. We are waiting for a new radar scan. As of right now, no debris signature on radar, but there is a hook echo. And we are starting to get on the backside, I think, of that RFD surge, that very strong rear flank downdraft that is surging wind from west to east. We're now kind of on the backside of that here in Dickinson. Regardless, the wind is just unbelievable. I mean, this has consistently been 60-mile-per-hour winds for about 4 or 5 minutes now. So it really hasn't let up quite yet. If we go back over to radar here. Refresh these cameras, they're not live. There we go. So if we go back over to live radar here, you can see again that hook echo that is now on the southeast side of Dickinson. So if there's a tornado, it's actually heading towards that bottom left camera, which is going to be located right here. So Texas City, you need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Again, the pink polygon includes a large area of rotation. That is one of those areas of rotation that we are witnessing. We also have another area of rotation that is west of Galveston. That one is going to be tracking towards Tiki Island over the next few minutes. That could end up getting a new tornado warning for Galveston. Currently no tornado warning there. We also have another area of rotation over Backcliff. That's about to go into the bay. So this one is likely going to end up going closer. It's eventually going to be more than anything going towards Oak Island, Texas. So once it crosses over the bay, that is when we'll be talking more about problems. But for right now, it looks like that has a very limited lifespan in terms of producing a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead. Oh, one sec. All right, we got a new tornado warning first. All right, so we got a brand new tornado warning here near Galveston, Texas. I believe that one is going to include Galveston. So we'll wait for that to pop up here, and there you go. So this one is that storm that we've been talking about. They actually have not included Galveston in this tornado warning. However, if you are over here in Tiki Island, you need to be seeking shelter. Anderson Ways as well. You guys need to be seeking shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm currently is moving east-southeast. I would not be surprised if Galveston was included in a tornado warning at some point.
A new
There's
tornado warning
for some reason
has
the tornado warning alert didn't work. But back over here near Galveston, again, get to your safe place. If you're in Galveston, you don't have to get there yet, but I would probably be getting there. I'm not going to lie. Like, at least we got very intense winds currently moving down to the east-southeast. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, wanted to draw your attention to just right next to that KHGX radar site. No tornado warning here yet. I think they're going to issue another one. If you look at reflectivity, we can see a very sharp hook.
Where's
the other thing I
site?
wanted to talk about, KHGX, it's the one in Houston.
Oh, okay. All right.
If you look at that hook and then switch over to velocity, the thing you were just talking about is the RFD. We're looking at RFD of about 69 knots. That's equivalent to 80 miles an hour. So even if they don't issue a tornado warning, we're talking about wind speeds in the region of a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which would still sound the tornado siren. So we're going to see what alert they go with here. Hopefully they do issue a tornado warning because it's more than less likely a tornado, but nonetheless, it is in the range of tornado wind speeds, even if it's not a proper vortex.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we got multiple areas of rotation. I do want to reiterate, it is not just one area that we are currently talking about. We have 3 different areas of rotation inside of 2 tornado warnings in Texas. We also have one in Louisiana. We're not forgetting about you guys up there. But the area of rotation that is east of League City right now is still pretty intense. There could be a tornado at any moment as this goes into San Leon. So San Leon, please make sure that you're in your safe place right now. There is a tornado warning for you guys. There's also a tornado warning for Texas City, and you can see the hook echo here. It is very intense. It's very organized as well. And again, this could produce a tornado in Texas City at any moment. It might have already produced one near Dickinson. The winds are very intense there. Bottom left or bottom right of your screen there, That is live there in Texas City. We're going to go full cam to that in a second, but this is the camera location. And so that hook echo is literally going directly towards it. We're going to keep an eye on that camera in case we see any power flashes or maybe a visual of a tornado. That is right outside there of Moss's Lake. And then back down here closer to the bay, we are talking about, again, a stronger area of rotation that is approaching Tiki Island. It's actually heading towards the Galveston Airport as well. I know a lot of you guys are telling me the pronunciation of Galveston is not correct. What is the pronunciation? Is it Galveston? I'm seeing different pronunciations in the chat, but regardless, if you're over in that location, you need to be making sure that you're ready for this storm. The hook echo is very organized. We have a very strong inflow. This is right along the Gulf, and so the environment here is very favorable right now for a possible tornado heading right now towards Tiki Island. Galveston? Is it Galveston? Is that right? I think I got it. Maybe. Hopefully. So yeah, again, if you're over in that area, make sure that you are in your safe place. Even if you're not in the tornado warning, I would be there anyway, because we do have an ongoing strong area of rotation back off to your west. Further off to the north in Louisiana, on the Louisiana-Texas border, there is an intense line of thunderstorms approaching Manny as well as Leesville. So both of you guys, if you're in any of these areas, stay away from windows. Straight line damaging winds around 60 miles per hour is expected. We still have a tornado warning near Ringgold in Louisiana. This one is broadening out, though, here over the last few minutes. The rotation's gotten a lot less intense, but if you are in the Ringgold area, Castor, continue to stay weather aware. This line of thunderstorms should continue to produce a tornado threat as it continues to track east right along I-20. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have a damage update out of Pearland, Texas, near Barbara Cockrell Elementary School. 62-mile-an-hour wind gust was measured on a weather station before it was blown down. Unclear if there was tornado damage or straight line damaging winds in Pearland, Texas, but one of the two has been reported.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a damage report back up there, just south of Houston. And again, this line of storms just moved through Pearland not even 5 minutes ago. I mean, this has been a very short amount of time that we've had an ongoing threat here. Back off to the south, again, we still have an ongoing area of stronger rotation approaching Tiki Island. So again, seek shelter if you're in that warning. Let's go live to the Texas City camera. This is back over in Dickinson. The conditions have not improved, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, it's still very windy here. So very windy here. Let's go back over to Texas City. So this is going to be inside of that hook echo in just a moment. And again, the tornado warning here is actually, I believe, just been allowed to expire? Question mark. The tornado warning here, I believe, was... No, I don't know. Maybe it was allowed. Maybe it expired 2 minutes ago. I don't know when the time was supposed to run off of it. I don't see it. Interesting. Either way, this is still producing an ongoing threat of a possible tornado. So again, rotation right now is over Texas City. If you are in Texas City, I would continue to stay in your safe place. But again, winds are starting to pick up now here in Texas City. The hook echo is basically right. It's going to be going right over top of this camera. And then it will eventually move into the bay. Here comes the wind. Thank you, Nate, for the super chat. In Pearland, there was a 109 winds that I think was a tornado, but I got in my safe place. We cannot hear. There might have been a tornado in Pearland. The rotation was pretty strong on radar. And here comes the wind now in Texas City. Again, this is very intense winds. This is easily 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Could be pushing towards 70 or 80. Thank you also, Emily, for the super chat from Friendswood, Texas. Appreciate you tuning in. Black Nelp. Thank you also, Ted and Susan, for becoming members. Austin for becoming a member. Also, I don't know who gifted 20 memberships. I don't know why it popped. Like, I cannot see it in the chat for some reason, but I really appreciate whoever did that. Somebody can get the name. Let me know. Yeah, this is live here in Texas City. It looks like right now it's more of a wind concern. You can see bottom right of your screen. The yellow that we're seeing there is all mostly straight line damaging winds. There's not really a whole lot of rotation that we're seeing right now in radar. So I think what's happening right now is that we're probably seeing straight line damaging winds moving through Texas City, which can still be as life threatening as a tornado for the record. Right around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Could be even a little bit higher than that. Velocities on radar peak around 80 miles per hour on the north side of Texas City. The Texas City currently getting hit pretty hard by a pretty intense windstorm. Another thing I want to point out, while we continue to watch this, we're going to go back off to the east here. This is a new concern that is growing. We have a new hook echo that is developing right along I-10. This is near Winnie. So this is Winnie, Texas. This is tracking east. You can actually see Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is currently out in front of this. They're driving right towards that right now. So we're going to keep an eye on them. Right now, not seeing any frequent lightning, but this line of storms across the board is producing a pretty good amount of lightning right now. And so we'll probably see frequent flashes as they get a little bit closer. But for right now, hook echo developing on the south side of I-10. This is tracking eastbound at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Right now on the rotation scale, I'd probably put this right around a 3. So again, not enough for a tornado warning in my opinion, but it is something that we are keeping a close eye on and tracking east-northeast. Hey, Cortez for the super chat. On the west side of I-45 near League City. You guys are going to be clearing out here pretty soon. More than anything, just going to be raining here for the next few hours. All right, so I'm not really that concerned right now for Houston anymore. Pearland, west side of League City. A lot of you guys have already seen the worst of it. It's going to be raining. There will be some thunder and lightning over the next couple hours. Maybe a couple of occasional wind gusts, but outside of that, I'm not too concerned about you guys. They vodka for the 20 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. W's in the chat for vodka. This back over to Texas City. This is inside of our a previous tornado warning. No longer tornado warned, but it is producing straight line damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. This is going to be approaching Galveston, Texas, and then eventually heading in the direction of the McFadden National Wildlife Refuge, and also going towards Oak Island. So Oak Island, Texas, and 562. You guys will be in the path of this here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Very intense line of thunderstorms. One thing I do want to point out with this line, this is something that we actually saw last year. We covered an event back over here in Southeast Texas sometime last year. I don't remember what day it was. But we actually had storms go right over Galveston Bay, and they eventually produced a much more significant tornado risk once they got past the bay. And we ended up having a 1-hour tornado that basically started near Oak Island and went towards Port Arthur. And so I'm not saying that's going to happen here. This is a very different setup. We're not talking about discrete supercells. It's more of a line of thunderstorms. But I do think as this continues to, march east here, we are going to probably see an elevated tornado risk, and maybe even higher than we're seeing right now, move in the direction of Beaumont, Port Arthur, and even Lake Charles. Lake Charles is one of those areas that's been notorious for seeing tornadoes over the last 12 to 18 months. We've had several tornado warnings at least in that area. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is west of Lake Charles. This can be back over in Lumberton and Beaumont. So again, new severe warning here. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible tag. That is moving to the east right now towards Orange. All right, so if you guys are inside of this severe thunderstorm warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This line of storms, again, is currently tracking to the east. Back over to League City, Texas. Again, the worst of this line is now pushing over into the Galveston Bay, so we are not nearly as concerned right now for League City, but the winds are still high. Stay away from windows for the next several minutes. Let me actually check. This is a good question. Power outages. So we now have 82,000 customers without power, believe it or not. And I think a lot of this is from severe weather. So we are now up to 82,000 across the United States. We have 67,000 customers without power right now in Texas. Most of them are back over in Kennedy County. We also have a good amount in Wharton County, Fort Bend County, Harris County, and Liberty County. Also has a decent amount of power outages right now. You guys have the 6-7. Hey, yo, Matt for the 11 months. This is a live shot on the southeast side of Houston. This is pretty close to where our tornado warning is as well. You can see all the lightning. There's been lots of lightning here over the last several minutes. Additionally, the roads are pretty treacherous right now. We got a lot of water on them. Hydroplaning is going to be a pretty big concern over the next few hours. If you are traveling along that I-10 corridor anywhere here between Houston and Lake Charles, definitely stay vigilant. This line of storms is going to be producing widespread 60 to 70 mile per hour winds as it pushes towards Lake Charles. And so if you're like a truck driver, for example, or if you don't know how to really handle your yourself when it's windy, this is definitely a good time to make sure that you're staying weather aware. All right, this is going to be continuing for the next several hours. It's going nowhere. This line of thunderstorms is pushing towards Lake Charles at about 40 miles per hour, so it's a pretty fast moving line of thunderstorms, and tornadoes will continue to be a concern as well as it continues to track to the east. If we go back over to live radar here, we still have a tornado warning just outside of Galveston, Texas. The latest radar scan showing a broad area of circulation that is approaching Pirates Cove and Anderson Ways. It's also approaching the local airport here, right on the strip. So back over in, this is the Shoals International Airport. All right, so if you guys are near this area, there's a broad area of rotation. I do not think we're going to see a tornado here in the next few minutes. In fact, if we put this onto our rotation scale, it's probably down to about a 2 or 3 out of 10. So it's not that intense, but it's a lower end area of rotation that has currently come up towards 3005 here near Galveston. Galveston. Is it I keep saying Galveston. Somebody in the chat just said I still have power in Seabrook. That's good to hear. Despite it being very windy, we have not had that many power outages in Houston. This is not as bad as that derecho that we had. I believe it was last year. Thank you, Felicia, for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Here's the latest radar scan here for Galveston. And the winds are really going to be the biggest concern, it looks like. The last couple of scans, the rotation has continued to get weaker here near Tiki Island and Anderson Ways. So again, continue to stay in your safe place. Damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour is really the biggest concern right now just outside of Galveston. However, we are still watching for a possible tornado risk if this thing can somehow organize over the next few minutes. But it does look like it has become much more outflow dominant as it continues to move to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm actually the most concerned about just north of Galveston right now, near Port Bolivar. We have a lot of RFD moving over the water there, and there's going to be zero stuff interfering with that. So when we see this area of RFD sort of make its way onto land right before it eventually goes to the ocean, there's going to be a lot of wind, and we're already seeing on radar winds of up to 80 miles an hour with no resistance from any buildings or anything. It's probably going to get a little higher than that. So if we're on this area over here, we need to be very safe and be in shelter as this comes towards us. So we're probably going to see winds upwards of 80, maybe even 90 miles an hour.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we are watching a very intense RFD surge. Again, that's the rear flank downdraft. That's the wind that's coming out of the storm, pushing from west to east. That is what's happening right now. And that's going to be pushing towards 87, moving towards High Island and just south of Oak Island. It's mainly going to be right along the strip here near Crystal Beach, Port Bolivar is what I call it. I know it's a different pronunciation. Back through Rollover and as well as Kaplan. All right, so if you're in any of these locations, be ready for a significant damaging wind risk. And a lot of the time, and this has happened before, we can sometimes get a pretty intense inflow once it moves back over land, and that could lead to a tornado risk. All right, so if you guys are residing back over here right along the coastline, you definitely want to make sure that you're staying weather aware right now as this continues to track to the east. That rotation that we were talking about near I-10 that Tornado Pagey's on, the rotation's gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes. This is a live shot from them currently. We'll check in on them. They're also live on the Radar Omega app. Download at the top link in the description below. Looks like they're on a bridge right now.
See that?
You can see the lightning. It's very infrequent right now. We also have storms coming up into Beaumont right now. We have Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl located there. We're going to keep an eye on him as well. One interesting thing that we are currently seeing is that this line of thunderstorms back over in Louisiana looks like a snake right now. Look at the snake curvature that this thing has. Literally looks like a snake. We have so many different little kinks that have been developing in this line. And really any of these could end up producing a tornado. Let's go over to radar and look. And currently a pretty broad area of rotation near Kirbyville, Texas. There's a small little area of rotation east of Silsbee, Texas. That'll be crossing into Louisiana here soon. And then near Leesville, we have a large, broad area of rotation south of Manny. A little bit of rotation west of D. Ritter. We still have our tornado warning in northern Louisiana, which is about to expire. There's really not much left here. But yeah, there's a lot of different little kinks that are developing. And again, any of these could end up producing a tornado, which is why it's good to be staying weather aware. We are now up to 7 different severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a widespread line of thunderstorms now that is producing damaging winds, basically anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that is stretching all across the board here, as far north as Manny and Leesville. So again, if you're in any of these locations, continue to stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible as this line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east at about 40 miles per hour. Hey, Vodka, for another 20 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Love this channel. Appreciate that. What do you guys think about this new velocity scale that we have? I kind of like it. We're going to be making a lot more of this type of stuff, but I think it's a cool little addition. And like it animates, you know, we can, like the rotation can change. It's pretty cool. And this is a very small detail, but if you look at the left side, look how like slow that my logo is spinning. But if we go to like a 7, it speeds up. And if there were to be a tornado on the ground, that's what it looks like, right? So like it's a very large scale, but I think it's cool. And we're gonna probably add more stuff like this, by the way. This will definitely not be the only thing. Pretty cool though. For those that are wondering, the velocity scale in this storm near Galveston is down to about a 1. So odds of this one producing a tornado right now are not very high. The one that's north of Galveston looks a little bit more interesting. Again, the RFD surge is much more significant right now. But as of now, not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on that storm. Tornado warning in Louisiana has just expired. This one in Galveston is about to expire in about 14 minutes. But again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay away from windows. Let's go over to Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey again. So again, they're in Winnie, Texas. The line of storms is about to slam them right along I-10.
Parallel.
This is warned for 60, or actually it's warned for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible attack on this.
I'm getting stuff thrown at me because it's like parallel. It's not a cold wind though.
They're probably gonna get ahead of this here in a second. Not really a whole lot of lightning with this line. There was a lot more lightning when this line was moving through Houston. There's also still a lot of lightning over Galveston Bay. So we'll keep an eye on them. This is also Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's over in Beaumont, Texas, where there's traffic. So keeping an eye on him. Beaumont is an area that was very close to having a tornado warning earlier in the year last year. We were live for that event. I don't remember what day it was. Does anybody know what the day was when we had that like 1 hour tornado that stretched from Galveston Bay back into Port Arthur? Because I don't remember what day that was, but that it doesn't remind this setup in particular does not remind me necessarily of that. It's just like the most recent event that I remember that went through this area. I don't know if anybody remembers the day. Is that December 28th of 2024? Oh, that was back okay, so that was almost well, it wasn't 2 years ago, but it's about 14 months ago. That's crazy. It's been a long time. We've had very little severe weather over the last 6 months. I've got to be honest. It's really crazy. Like, we've had very few far in between severe weather setups. Like, it's been a lot of just, you know, snow. That's really been all that we've been seeing here. Just been snow. And even then, it's not been that active of a winter. We had obviously a massive winter storm, but if we don't even include that winter storm that we had in the middle of January, this winter has been, you know, awfully quiet in terms of severe weather and also even just winter storms. I do think it's going to increase a bit next week, but we got a photo that was sent in. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. This is a large shelf cloud. So that shelf cloud is a pretty good indicator that we have severe weather, but also damaging winds. My velocity spinner is spinning backwards. What direction is it spinning? This is attention to detail. This is spinning clockwise. Oh my goodness. I think it has to spin counterclockwise. My developer didn't have it spinning the right way. Oh man. It's chalked. For those that are wondering, tornadoes usually spin counterclockwise, anticyclonic. We did not pay attention to detail with that. Tornado warning, by the way, south of Texas City was just canceled. It's mostly outflow dominant right now. We're going to be keeping an eye on this area of storms that is currently pushing towards McFadden National Wildlife Refuge and eventually going towards Port Arthur for a possible tornado risk. Storms right now west of Lake Charles are starting to get interesting. In fact, we actually have a hook echo that is developed east of Lumberton, Texas. So this may end up getting warned here pretty soon. Got a little hook that's going right towards Forest Heights. Give me 1 second, Riley. I'm going to end the thing and restart it. Look at that. I'm starting a Zoom meeting on stream. Here. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately it's not a camera that we can show, but there's currently a parade outside right now in Galveston, Texas. They have not gone inside. If you know anyone at this parade, I believe it's a Mardi Gras parade, you need to go inside. It's probably less than 30 to 60 seconds till a very powerful severe thunderstorm gets there. So if we're in Galveston at a parade, it's time to not be at the parade and go inside.
Hey Riley, for the update. Yeah, apparently there is a Mardi Gras parade happening in Galveston right now. If you have friends or family that are out there, make sure they're aware of it. I mean, there's cloud to ground lightning currently happening. Look, I mean, look at this right here. This is live. Look at the wind. This is right next to Galveston. This is the Bolivar Ferry. And the winds are very intense here right now. And people are parked under that gas station. And this is not safe.
Hey Max, I got a quick update for you whenever you're ready.
This is not safe whatsoever. So again, if you're in Galveston, make sure that you are indoors, not outdoors. I think that was Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl that said he has an update for us. We'll go to that in a sec. We'll go to him in a second. It's another live shot here. Again, this is just outside of Galveston. Yeah, you guys got to go indoors. There's really not a whole lot more leeway at this point. I mean, I don't think really many people are probably watching from it, but if you are one of those people that is watching from that parade right now, the Mardi Gras parade, you should be indoors. This is what's about to happen in your town. All right. Winds are currently gusting around 60 to 65 miles per hour. We got frequent lightning. Some of it could be cloud to ground lightning. There aren't many other hazards with this other than the rain, but regardless, it can be life-threatening if you're caught outdoors. Why are people saying shame? You can be parked under a gas station. That's not shame. At least better than being parked under an overpass. Hey, Trav, the $20 super chat. Northeast Florida area could see said they could see a strong tornado. Can you explain strong tornado? No, strong tornado basically means EF2 plus. It's possible that we could have one tomorrow in Florida. It's conditional though. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. The Gulf is very cold right now, and it could stabilize things, at least in Central Florida. I don't know about the Florida Panhandle, but I think it's going to be enough to kind of stabilize things. I'm not sure tomorrow's really going to be that crazy. We'll have to basically wait and see. It's pretty conditional. Even if models show something tonight, it could easily change. There's nothing set in stone right now. So, but yeah, there's a possibility of strong tornadoes tomorrow. This is our severe weather outlook for tonight, in case you are just tuning in. Again, we do have a 5% tornado risk, which is anywhere in the brown. That does include Hattiesburg, New Orleans, Gulfport, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Lake Charles, Alexandria. All of you are in that 5% tornado risk, where a few tornadoes are likely tonight. And then the 2% tornado risk is a very small area. Mobile, Meridian, back into Monroe. There could be an isolated tornado in those areas. Tomorrow's a different story. Tomorrow could be a little bit more significant, but it's conditional. Again, a 5% tornado risk for Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Valdosta, and Panama City, 2% for New Orleans, back into Savannah and Orlando. So, again, maybe a tornado or two tomorrow in some of these areas. Strong tornado risk would be mainly in this area here, so just outside of Jacksonville. And obviously, the Daytona 500's ongoing tomorrow. That is a concern, as we are expecting a line of thunderstorms around 6 o'clock tomorrow in Daytona, which could hinder any sort of plans that you guys have there. All right, let me see. Ryan Scholl City, an update. Go ahead with your update. All right.
We are currently on Interstate 10 just north of Beaumont. We are blasting northeast here. There is a nice couple that's been on near Pine Forest on the last couple of scans. We're going to go get closer and take a look at it, and maybe it'll do something, maybe it won't, as I head to the I-10 corridor here.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He is currently located in Beaumont. And you can actually see bottom right of your screen, he's just to the south of that couplet, but there is a small little couplet developing near Pine Forest. That is moving towards Forest Heights, Deweyville, and Starks. So definitely stay weather aware. Once again, if you're back over here, north of Beaumont, we actually just had a wind gust. 70 miles per hour was just observed at the Lumberton, Texas Middle School. So this storm has had a history of producing 70 mile per hour winds. It is currently warned for 80 or 60 mile per hour winds. Cannot read that blue font, but it's warned currently for 60 mile per hour winds. Could easily produce more than that, though, as this continues to track east. Again, area of stronger rotation is now heading towards Vinton. It's online for Lake Charles, and I don't know why Lake Charles seems to be the hot spot for tornadic activity near the Gulf Coast over the last, like, 12 months. I swear we've covered Lake Charles no less than 4 times. Thank you, Trey, for the $10 super chat. What classes did you take to become a meteorologist? Calculus. There's a lot. There's literally an entire list. Dynamic meteorology, physical meteorology, numerical weather prediction. I mean, I could go on and on. There's so many different classes. If you look up Embry-Riddle's like meteorology program, it has all the classes on there. Somebody in the chat just said my power went out in Brazoria, Texas. We were at 67,000 people without power about 15 minutes ago. We're now up to 71,000 customers without power here in Texas. Majority of them are here in far east Texas. That is where the line of storms right now, pushing through basically a jungle where there's a lot of trees. And so trees can easily fall onto power lines. And so power outages are pretty isolated right now, but nonetheless, 70,000 people is not a small number. The Houston area is currently sitting around 6,000 customers without power. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com, or reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you have photos and videos, you can submit them here. Just click a place on the map, you upload your photo or video, put your name, and you can submit this. Again, there's a link in the description as well. Version with the super chat asking about Jamaica Beach. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, the Galveston area is starting to clear out. I mean, again, we still got a lot of heavy rain. We got lightning. We got wind ongoing. But the most significant threat of severe weather has basically subsided here for Galveston. So at this point, we still have ongoing winds, but the worst, like basically the climax of this line has now moved through. We will continue to have impacts at least for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then things should get a little bit better here over the next 15, 20 minutes or so. We're still keeping an eye on rotation that is west of Lake Charles. There's been a broad area of rotation near Winnie that Tornado Page's near. It's not been very intense. This one might get tornado warned here shortly. Strengthening area of rotation still near Pine Forest. Very close to where our Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is on the bottom right of your screen. He is just to the northeast of Beaumont. This is currently tracking towards Forest Heights, eventually going towards Vinton. We have another area of very broad rotation that's trying to develop west of 87, east of 96. That'll be tracking towards Starks, Louisiana here soon. And then back over in western Louisiana near DeRidder and Leesville, just a lot of wind right now. I'm not seeing really much rotation across this entire line. Mostly a wind concern all up and down this entire line of thunderstorms. Very large, broad area of circulation north of Nacogdoches, but nothing imminent for right now. I'd say right now, this is probably the most concerning area of rotation. And Ryan Scholl is en route for that currently. It's interesting, this wind has remained pretty intense. This is right over near Galveston, where the Mardi Gras parade is happening. Wind's not as intense as earlier, but it's still gusting. I mean, we still have wind gusts ongoing. We had a good 5-10 minute clip there of around 60, 70 mile per hour winds. It's got a little bit less bad here. And some of the cars now are leaving the roof there of the gas station. How many inches is Central Arkansas picking up? I'm expecting around 2 to 4 inches. Carl with the $20 super chat says, oh yeah, I got you on one monitor in the Bathurst. I don't know what that is. Severe weather and race cars, perf them out. Appreciate the super chat. Isn't the Daytona 500 just one event, right? It's just tomorrow. I know there's like some lead up events, but it's not really good news if you're over there, and or it's not bad news, but it's also not great news for Daytona because the after party is probably not going to really be something that happens tomorrow. This is what it's going to look like for the rest of tonight. Pretty intense line of thunderstorms tracking across Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, all the way through the evening hours tonight. And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, severe weather continues across the Dixie Alley back into Florida. Around 11, 12 o'clock, right around about lunchtime, is when this line of thunderstorms will move into Valdosta and Tallahassee. Mainly with the damaging wind risk, there could be a couple of tornadoes embedded in the line. If any discrete cells pop up out in front of the line, that is where a strong tornado risk could exist. And then right now, Daytona Beach is actually on track to probably see severe storms closer to about 7, 8, 9 o'clock. So that's at least going to be pushed out towards probably after the race tomorrow. I know they moved the race up by an hour, so that's at least good news. Now, in terms of our tornado risk, this is our significant tornado parameter value. Let me pull it up on here. Basically shows you where the greatest tornado threat is going to reside. And right about now, this is what we're looking at. So our environment is still favorable for a couple of tornadoes within the next hour, stretching from western Louisiana back down towards Houston. The threat is going to increase maybe a little bit, sometime around 10 to 11 o'clock. A couple tornadoes will still be on the table as this goes towards New Orleans. Overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, very low tornado risk may exist in the far western Florida panhandle near Panama City and Pensacola. And then after lunchtime tomorrow, we could see a couple of tornadoes somewhere here in North Florida, southeastern Georgia. I'm going to be honest, I'm not overly confident right now that we're going to see anything that significant, but we'll have to wait and see. And the environment does not look great, but the Gulf right now is pretty cold for this time of the year. All those Arctic blasts have cooled down the water. It could stabilize things near the surface, and that's why tornadoes may struggle to actually develop tomorrow in Florida and even Georgia. So maybe some good news. We'll see. Is Houston okay? Yeah, if you're in Houston, you guys are pretty much done. It's going to be a lot of rain here for the next few hours. Yeah, you're under a tornado watch, but the severity of this slide is a lot less intense at this point. As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, again, we are under a tornado watch for a lot of you. This includes about, I think, 15 to 20 million people currently are under a tornado watch. We got a new tornado watch about an hour ago. Anywhere in the purple that is outlined where my white circle is. That is our new tornado watch, which goes, I believe, until 2 a.m. Central Time. Let me find that tornado watch again. So here's the new tornado watch that was issued. And so again, this includes most of Louisiana and southwestern Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi, you guys are on the edge, basically the line of this tornado watch. Macomb, Baton Rouge, Donaldsonville, Lafayette, Lake Charles, where a few tornadoes are likely tonight. Isolated quarter-sized hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts around 70 miles per hour is also going to be a possibility. Again, this goes until at least 2 a.m. tonight. Severe weather is really going nowhere anytime soon, so it's a great idea to make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan ready to go, as we are expecting a continuation of severe weather, including tornadoes, tonight. Let's see if we have any live cameras here back over along this line of thunderstorms. This is a live shot. It's on I-10 at Turtle Bayou. This is going to be near Anahuac, which is an area that we just saw some severe storms roll through. A lot of people with their hazards on. This is also in Winnie, which is going to be located bottom right of your screen right there. And this is a line of thunderstorms that was producing a tornado risk and still is, but a little bit more significant about 30 minutes ago or so. And then Beaumont is starting to get pretty messy. This is live in Beaumont at, I think it's called Neches River. This is right on I-10. Not very windy for now. Roadways are definitely getting soaked. This area is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. See the rain coming down, but again, not very windy. Just over in Mauriceville, which is going to be getting hit by this line here in a moment. This is not far from where Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is, and currently the conditions are not too shabby, but I got a little bit of lightning out there in the distance. Hey, Large, for the super chat. Dude, you're killing me. Hey, this is not the stream for pronunciations. This is a weather stream. You know, at some point, I just got to go and look at every single town name across the United States and just take a test and just do a pronunciation test. Really got to do that. At some point. Doesn't sound like a terrible idea. Hey, Lily from coming a member. Is 2026 going to be a big year for tornadoes? It's a good question. I'll be honest, I think it will because of it. You know, we're transitioning between El Nino and La Nina. I think we'll end up having a pretty big year. I think it'll be a pretty big April and May. I don't think March is going to start off super hot. I think it'll be a lot hotter in the middle of March. I think also June, July, August will be a bit hotter than last year. June, July, August of 2025 are pretty quiet. I think it's going to be very active during that time frame. But I really think April and May could be big. Obviously, that's peak severe weather season, but I do think this will be a pretty big tornado season. Latest couple of scans west of Lake Charles. We still have an area of rotation located near Highway 87 and 62. This is east of Bunker Hill, tracking towards Starks. The rotation that Ryan Scholl was near, that was over near Mauriceville, that one's broadened out over the last few scans. It's kind of getting absorbed back into our line. And there might even be a little broad area of rotation now developing on the south side of Beaumont, Texas. That is currently tracking towards Port Arthur. So just a little bit of broad rotation there. We'll also have to watch for water spouts just south of Texas City. If you have any fish friends out here, make sure that they're aware of it. They have put in the special marine warning that water spouts are a possibility. The Mardi Gras parade that's ongoing in Galveston is still getting soaked, probably getting kind of, I wouldn't say it's getting rained out right now, but there's a lot of rain still falling. Heavy rain will continue for the next 20 minutes. A little bit of lightning still in the area, so best to stay indoors for the time being. We have a little bit more lightning starting to uptick near Winnie and Beaumont. Not seeing any rotation near Winnie. There was a little bit of rotation trying to develop just off to the north of Port Arthur. That's going to be tracking to the east over the next several minutes. Rotation's been pretty minimal here in Louisiana so far, but we got a couple little areas of rotation now developing near New Llano and Leesville. So this is off to the west of the radar site. This is far western parts of Louisiana. This rotation's right around a 2 on our rotation scale. They just issued a new severe warning for this. There is a tornado possible tag, so that's going to include areas just south of Simpson. New Llano's included in this, so again, if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is looking interesting. The last scan here near Rose Pine has a stronger couplet. Waiting for the radar update. It just showed it a second ago. Once the radar updates, we'll see it. That could be coming a tornado right now. This is a little bookend vortex northwest of D. Ritter. This is probably the highest rotation that we've seen on a rotation scale so far today. This is right around a 6 currently on our rotation scale. So that is northwest of D. Ritter. The setting towards Rose Pine and Pinewood. They could issue a tornado warning on this. We'll see. That is currently tracking northeast. A little bit stronger rotation as well near New Llano. That's embedded in our line of thunderstorms. Could we see a 10 on his scale this year? This scale is designed so that if there is a tornado on the ground, it would be a 10. All right, so that's how this velocity scale is basically designed. But we're definitely looking at a 6 right now on this one. Which is right around that medium kind of middle ground of rotation. It's definitely gotten stronger scan over scan, though. And then this blob right here near Deweyville, this is going to be going towards Lake Charles, but this one right here is really right around a 1 or a 2. It's not very strong. It's just a large, broad area of circulation.
A new tornado warning has been
Well,
issued.
look at that. We have a new tornado warning for Vernon County in Louisiana. So Vernon County, Louisiana, this is south of Simpson. Oh, this is actually a different one. All right. This is not the same one I was talking about, but this is, we were talking about this, but this is the other rotation. So this is for New Llano and Leesville. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get to your lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. So again, that is currently tracking east. We got a brand new radar scan coming in as well, so we'll see what it looks like in a second. That is going to include 121. Latest scan showing rotations a little bit broader now near Rose Pine. We got two different couplets right now near Billy Goat Hill, going towards North Fort Polk. There's a self-forward landing strip. It's like a little runway that this is going to be coming up on. But this is currently tracking to the east-northeast right now. We got two different areas of rotation. There is even a possibility we could see twin tornadoes. It's never impossible to see something like that, especially with a QLCS setup like this. But two separate areas of rotation, both tracking to the east-northeast. A lot of trees here, so if we have a tornado, the radar could easily pick up on it. And what we're going to be looking for is our correlation coefficient. That's this product here. And anytime that we see like a little donut shape, kind of like a blue blob that pops up where our strongest rotation is, that would indicate a tornado. We do not have that currently, but the rotation's definitely gotten stronger here over the last few minutes. This is currently, again, tracking to the east-northeast. Could this squall line warrant a 30% wind risk? I do not think they're going to upgrade the risk of severe weather for tonight. So again, we're currently at about a 7 out of 10 on the velocity scale here in terms of rotation here. Billy Goat Hill. Just northwest there, Fort Polk. There's another little broad area of rotation that's over 171. This one's not as strong. It's closer to about a 3 or 4. It's not enough for a tornado warning quite yet, but we're keeping an eye on that. And let's go a little bit further down to the south, west of Lake Charles. We still have two different areas of rotation here. The one that is northwest of Orange is definitely weaker rotation, not very intense. It's more of a broad area of rotation. And then this one right here is still a large, broad area of rotation. Pretty weak in general, but that will be tracking to the east going towards DeQuincy. I do think once it gets closer to Lake Charles, there could be some Lake Charles magic that happens here where there's actually rotation that intensifies. It's happened multiple times where we have, broad areas of rotation west of Lake Charles and they intensify once they get there. I think that could happen here. So if you're in Lake Charles, Louisiana, definitely stay vigilant here. We also have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's massive. It includes the Ritter and DeQuincy and Reeves. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible tag on this. Got a few broad areas of rotation, primarily north of DeQuincy right now. Wow, this rotation's gotten stronger. Last scan here for the rotation near New Llano in Louisiana is more intense. You can see the very intense winds that are going towards the radar. Any of that green and also that kind of blue-white color, that is all winds that are surging towards the radar right now. Not as much of an inflow, but it's almost tightening here. It's very close to being on the ground. And this could easily be a rain-wrapped tornado. So Leesville, just south of Simpson, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. It's a little interesting what we're looking at back over near the radar. We had a little broad air, we had a little tightening of rotation briefly west of Rose Pine. CC had a very brief hint of something, but I don't think that was a tornado. Very close though. That rotation definitely intensified there for a few minutes. You check Houston? Yeah, Houston right now is not really in any sort of trouble anymore. Houston does not have a problem anymore. Again, mostly rain at this point. We got a little bit of lightning off to your east. Still heavy rain. Severe weather is going to be ongoing. But for Houston specifically, tornado watch should be dropped at any moment as that area of severe weather is now well off to your east at this point. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment. Again, very strong rotation right now east of New Llano. Not far from being a tornado. Heading towards LeCamp and Cora in western Louisiana. Hey, James, for the 10 gifted memberships. Is anything happening with the cold core tornado setup? Not really. We did end up having a pretty large shelf cloud in southwestern Oklahoma earlier. For those that are wondering, we did have a little cold core setup, or cold air funnels are basically possible this afternoon. Not sure if we had any, but we definitely had a decent little decent cluster of storms that developed really in the north central Texas and southwestern Oklahoma regions near Lawton and Wichita Falls. But nothing really happened there other than that shelf cloud. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Simpson, west of Boyce. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. Latest scan still showing very strong rotation right now. Again, we are at about an 8 out of 10 on our velocity scale for this rotation that is currently moving into North Fort Polk. It's going to go right into the South Forward landing strip. Somebody said this was a base. Look at the map. Some sort of base. This is the Fort Polk Wildlife Management Area. There's also a RV park here. If you're in an RV or a mobile home, you need to be getting to a sturdy structure if you've not already. It'd be dangerous in this particular storm here with how strong the rotation is. We could easily see a tornado. Winds are very high. I would also go ahead and recommend for anybody that is out in front of this line of thunderstorms that you have a plan. If you are in a mobile home, a manufactured home, an RV, that you have a place to go if you're under any sort of severe or tornado warning. Maybe stay at your parents' house for the night, just somewhere that is safe, because we are going to have a line of storms here for the next several hours. It's going nowhere. It's going to produce scattered to numerous damaging winds between 60 to 80 miles per hour. We could even have a possibility here of a few tornadoes. I don't think we're going to see many strong tornadoes. It's possible, but it's a low-end threat of a strong tornado. But we will have the risk of tornadoes, which can easily damage mobile homes, RVs, anything along those lines. You guys need to make sure that you're ready for this. And just make sure that you have a sturdy place to go. All right, back over along the Texas and Louisiana border. We still have a large, broad area of rotation that is going to be going towards Lake Charles. Again, this rotation is not as intense. It's right around a 3 or 2 on our velocity scale. It's not overly strong, just a large, broad area of circulation, more of a damaging wind risk heading towards 12 and Sulphur. However, near Mauriceville, this one's coming alive again. It was very broad for a decent amount of time. Didn't even really exist once it was going towards Vidor, but it has gotten a little bit stronger over the last few minutes. Again, still broad in nature, but there is a possibility that we could see a tornado with this particular area of rotation as it continues to track to the east. Well, the scan's kind of reassuring that the rotation's definitely not going anywhere anytime soon. It's still broadly rotating, moving to the east. Definitely need to watch this, though. This is a very large area of broad rotation that'll be tracking towards Sulphur. All right, going back up to the north near North Fort Polk. This is an Army base, is what people are saying. This is an Army training post, so thank you for the information. So this is back over in our tornado warning here in western Louisiana. Again, rotation's been on the stronger side for the last several minutes, maybe just a smidge weaker on this latest scan near 184. This is going to be moving right over that base here near Fort Johnson. Again, no CC drop, so there's no active tornado currently, but we could see one at any time as this line continues to push to the east. Moving east about 35, 40 miles per hour right now. They're still partying in Galveston, Texas. Mardi Gras. I mean, I guess the weather doesn't even affect some of those people out there. We'll have to watch this area as well near DeQuincy, another very broad area of circulation that's trying to develop. Nothing imminent, but something to keep an eye on. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have a new tornado warning. Another one. This one is going to be west of Lake Charles. We were just talking about this a second ago. This is back over near Vinton. So if you are in near Forest Heights, Texas, if you're in Vinton, Louisiana, southwest of Sulphur, you need to be seeking shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is tracking to the east right now. Right now on the velocity scale, this is right around a 5, so not very strong currently, but it's definitely trying to intensify. We have our very own storm chaser, Ryan Scholl, who is actually inside of this tornado warning currently. Let's go to him.
Here we go!
Yeah!
Tornado warning!
Let's go!
So, storm chaser Ryan Scholl.
There we go, tornado warning!
Let's go!
Let's go!
It's inside of Orange, Texas.
This is just north of Orange, Texas. Or, yeah, Orange, Texas here.
See if we can see anything.
We are on it like glue, baby! Let's freaking go!
Just to the southeast of the area of rotation. Thank you, Artemis, for the $100 super chat. Can I get a what?
Let's freaking go, dude!
Good super chat. Thank you, Lily, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Tornado warning on us right now.
That's probably not great, but it works.
That's on us right now. Let's go, dude. It paid off. Patience paid off today.
For the record,
Yeah,
Storm
oh, yeah,
Chaser
that's right,
Ryan
wrap up
Scholl
now.
traveled all the way, I think, from Illinois.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll on the front
get down here for
as probably
just
as I
today's
can,
severe
so that
weather
we do
setup,
have that
I'm pretty
option
sure.
to pull off. I'm completely fine.
By the
with
way, you
rolling
guys
on
can
the
watch Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android.
front. Okay, yeah, I-10's just straight right on this road here. I might. Okay, that's not a good vantage point. That's okay. Okay, we gotta keep going east, chat. This thing's moving fast. How fast?
There's literally
is it
no
moving?
lightning
Keep
here.
Yeah. I got you. I can click on the right stuff. 40 miles an hour.
40?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, we got a brand new radar scan coming in. We're going to put Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl bottom right of your screen.
Take it.
Again, he is inside of the tornado warning. Here's the latest radar scan. It's coming in right now. And velocity is the strongest right now over Little Cypress. I wouldn't say it's that strong, but again, it's strong enough to the point where we could end up getting a tornado. We're now up to 3 tornado warnings. A new strong area of rotation is actually developing. I think that's the new warning. That is southeast of Fort Polk. That is heading off to the east-northeast. That is heading towards 463. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We have another one near DeRidder that could also end up getting tornado warned. So we have 3 different areas of rotation that have developed along this line of thunderstorms. And any of these could produce tornadoes at this point. The rotation here that is southeast of Fort Polk is right around a 6 to a 7 out of 10 in terms of rotation strength. So again, this could drop a tornado at any moment. It's going to be heading towards 443, Cravens, and Fullerton. All of you guys need to be in your safe places, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible as this continues to track to the east. So again, we're now at 3 tornado warnings. We got another radar scan, so we'll just wait here for a second. And we're keeping an eye on Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who is, once again, located in our most southern tornado warning, that is on the Texas and Louisiana border. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And the rotation on the northern tornado warning, so this east of Leesville, has gotten just a little bit stronger on this latest scan. That could be, I think that might just be contamination. Very close to, that might be contamination right there, but that is just south of 28. Why is my light still flashing? Has this been flashing this entire time? I don't think it's supposed to be flashing that much. Am I tripping, or has this light behind me been flashing this entire time? Oh, now it stopped. All right, maybe it was just bugged. So again, very strong rotation right now, northeast of Fort Polk. That is going to be tracking towards Hicks and LeCamp. The other one further down to the south has a pretty clear hook echo that is near Fort Polk that is tracking towards 463. No debris signature on this one, but strong rotation still tracking to the east. And then we have a large, this is a pretty weak area of rotation near Ikes, northeast of DeRidder, Louisiana. That's all rain wrapped. So it's basically all embedded in the rain here. It's a little bookend that is developed. And that is going to be tracking towards Glenmora. No imminent concern, but something we'll be keeping an eye on. Definitely wouldn't be surprised, though, if we end up getting some sort of weak tornado out of that. And then back down to where Ryan Scholl is. Again, Lake Charles, you guys got to be ready. Rotation's gotten stronger over the latest scan. And you can see the hook echo near 87 has gotten a little bit more pronounced. And a pretty strong inflow is also residing on this storm that's embedded in our line of thunderstorms. So it's basically a QLCS tornado. So that is moving in the direction of Vinton right now. We have a brand new radar scan coming in, so we're going to keep an eye on that.
3 tornado warnings total.
This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's currently
2.
on I-10. Again, lightning's been very infrequent here, but this is inside of that Texas tornado.
Is there? That one could still wrap up right behind us. I can't. There's like no exit for a little
Huge
bit,
shout
so
to
I
Artemis with another $100 super chat saying, never gonna give you up, I'll let you down. Appreciate the super chat. Really appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Acura, for the $20 super chat. Gobble, gobble, happy birthday. Appreciate that.
Yeah, next exit
No way we're doing, no way I just rickrolled 13,000 people. Whoever just got rickrolled here in 2026 is down bad. Including myself. I got rickrolled myself. All right, latest radar scan. The northern tornado warning in Louisiana. This is the one near Leesville. Rotation's gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes. So that one was strong for a moment. It's gotten broader. The one that's near Fort Polk is still pretty strong. We got a pretty tight little hook that is developed and an inflow notch just off to the north. So it's pretty healthy. Again, it's going to try to spin up a quick tornado. Keep in mind that some of these tornadoes can happen in between radar scans. This is one of those situations here where this could end up trying to produce a tornado in between a radar scan, so we might not even be able to see it on radar. That's why, you know, these tornadoes embedded in a line can be quite dangerous. Radars only update every about 2 minutes or so. Sometimes as much as every 3 to 4 minutes. Just depends on the situation. Northeast of the radar, we still have a broad area of rotation. That one is currently tracking towards Pitkin. And we also just got a new severe warning for Grant, Nacogdoches, and Wynn counties in Louisiana. This is a large area. So Winfield, Atlanta, Colfax, and Dodson. You guys are all included in this. So if you're in this tornado warning, or severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's now 4 tornado warnings. So we now have a 4th tornado warning. That one is going to be for those in, well, this is the one we were just talking about, east of D. Ritter. It's another little QLCS tornado that's trying to develop. So if you are east of D. Ritter near Sugartown, Cole Central, Marquee, Pitkin, Ditto, or Reeds, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So we now have 4 different tornado warnings that are in effect. And again, if you guys have any friends or family that are inside of any of these tornado warnings, might be in the risk area for today, make sure to share the stream. We have an ongoing tornado threat that is rapidly increasing right now here across much of the Louisiana and Texas areas. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looks like we have a pretty significant tornado on the ground on our middle warning. This is just off to the east of Fort Polk. Definitely a severe CC drop just to the east of Sandy Hill.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we have a significant tornado in progress right now. This is located in Louisiana, so debris signature on radar. This is our first radar-confirmed tornado, I believe, of the day. So this is, again, east of Fort Polk. It just happened after the Army base here. We now have a possibly significant tornado in progress. It's near Hunter Camp. It is moving to the east right now. We've been talking about this here over the last several minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place now. We have 5 tornado warnings now. So up to 5 different tornado warnings. We have an ongoing tornado now in Louisiana. We have a 5th tornado warning that has just been posted. A lot of stuff ongoing right now. Brand new tornado warning now for Sulphur, west of Lake Charles in Louisiana. This is a large, broad area of rotation. You need to seek shelter. If you're in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We have yet again another tornado that is now on the ground. So this one's again confirmed. This one's going to be located east of Fort Polk. You can see the debris signature here on radar that is right inside of this thumb. That is what we call a hook echo, all right? So that is basically where our RFD surge is wrapping around. We got this little inflow notch that is coming in, and so now our tornado is right over the Whiskey Chitto Road. That is where this is hitting right now. There are some homes and buildings that are currently being hit by this tornado just outside of Fullerton, Louisiana. So again, this is just east of Fort Polk. There's an ongoing tornado here. There are a lot of different campgrounds, it looks like, in this area. And this is near Holy Springs Road. All right, so this is all tracking to the east right now. Where is Le Camp? Isn't that right here? This is Le Camp. All right, so that's a little bit further off to the east. I'm trying to get the exact location here. This tornado will be coming up towards the Hicks High School here in just a couple of minutes. There is a lot of different little farms in this area. There's a lot of trees, which is why we are able to see debris being lofted up so easily on radar. A lot of trees in this area. There's a lot of small homes. It looks like we got a lot of trailer homes as well, all across this entire region here near Fullerton. So again, if you have any friends or family here, please make sure they're aware of this. If you are one of those people that's inside of this tornado warning, you need to make sure that you're in your safe place right now, away from windows, lowest floor possible. A mobile home, sturdy structure, or if you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure. It's not safe to be in one of those right now, as we have an ongoing tornado. We are now up to 6 different tornado warnings. Also, we may have another tornado trying to drop right now near Hicks. There's another tornado trying to drop here that is currently tracking to the east right now. That is just west of LeCamp. All right. We have a new tornado warning further to the north. This is going to be an extension of the storm that we were just talking about a second ago. So south of Simpson, brand new tornado warning here. There's a strong area of rotation that is now tracking to the northeast. That'll be moving towards highway, or it's going to be going right along Highway 28, eventually going towards Boyce and Alexandria. Those are much more populated areas here in central Louisiana. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. So once again, we are now at 6 tornado warnings. This is the highest amount of tornado warnings that we've had so far in 2026. I think our highest before was 4 or 5, and that was from that significant winter storm back in the middle of January. You aren't hearing the warning sound? Well, that's reassuring. We need to get this warning sound thing fixed. Has it not been playing? Thank you, Nuck, for the gifted membership. All right, going back to this tornado warning. My goodness, look at this hook echo.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is
That
on the
audio played.
ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, well, we have a new confirmed tornado warning for Rapids and Vernon counties. That is an upgrade. So we now have 2 different observed tornado warnings. And so again, this storm right now is producing a tornado. The hook echo looks absolutely insane on this. It looks as classic as it could possibly get for at least a QLCS tornado risk, which is, again, a line of storms producing, tornadoes. Tornado be located right in the middle of this thing. All right, it looks like a thumb. We still have a debris signature. It's not as significant as before, but there's still debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. And then back up towards Mayo, I believe there's a tornado here as well. That's near Hicks. So it looks like we may have a tornado there as well. So that's tracking east-northeast. So if you are in that tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. They have upgraded this tornado warning here to confirm. So this is the one near Simpson. So this is an ongoing tornado right now near Mayo and Hicks. That's approaching Hicks Crossing, tracking up 28, going towards Jericho, Clifton, Crossing, Wilda, and Gardner. All of you guys are in the path of this. Again, we are at a 10 out of 10 on the velocity scale for this storm and this storm, both of which are producing tornadoes right now in central Louisiana, east of Leesville. So 2 different storms that are currently producing tornadoes. We also have a storm here near Vinton in Louisiana. This one's not nearly as intense right now. This one is producing some rotation. It's more about a 4 out of 5 on the scale right now, but this is where storm chaser Ryan Scholl is. He is bottom right of your screen, which I think he froze. Let me fix that. But he is currently live on this storm, and so we're gonna be keeping an eye on him as he continues to track along I-10. But these storms are going to be going towards pretty populated areas here soon. So if you are in Lake Charles and the Sulphur areas, make sure that you're staying weather aware. 2 different storms that could be capable of producing tornadoes here soon as they continue to track to the east. All right, so those are still concerning. Let's go back to the north here. We have another area of rotation off to the north of the radar site. This is not warned. It's a broad area of rotation that is going through Comrade and eventually going towards Pine, Cupey, and then Sharp. So we need to keep an eye on that one. That could try to produce a tornado here soon. The storm that is south of the radar site, this is east of Fort Polk, Louisiana, has an unbelievable hook echo still. I don't think there's a tornado anymore, but the hook echo is just jaw-dropping for this being a QLCS line of thunderstorms. Rotation's back down to about an 8 or 9 on this particular storm. All right, we're waiting for that new radar scan to come in. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is what the map looks like right now. Here's a zoomed out view. Watching from Live Oak, Florida. Florida has a tornado risk tomorrow, too. It's not even just tonight. It's also tomorrow. And tonight has been... It's really gone up, like, a lot here in the last several minutes. I mean, we literally went from no tornado warnings about half an hour ago to now having 6. All right, back over to the north of the tornado warnings that we're looking at. This is a different area. This is near 465 south of Hutton. There is a broad area of rotation that's developing here. I don't think it's enough to get a tornado warning right now, but keep in mind that most of the storms that we are seeing right now are going to be producing rain-wrapped rotation. It is not worth going outside to try to go look at these tornadoes. Even the one that has that crazy hook gecko to the south of the radar site, this one right here, like this one is going to be almost impossible to see. Looks like this one's starting to get absorbed now by some rain-cool air that's now pushing out in front of that area of rotation. So the tornado concern with this storm is going down just a little bit, at least in the short term. It definitely could try to produce another tornado in the long term. The other confirmed tornado warning is west of Hicks Crossing. That one, I'm not seeing any clear debris signature. This one was also upgraded to confirmed. Again, there are 2 different confirmed tornado warnings. It's going to be this one right here, west of Alexandria, and then I believe it is this one right here, which is west of 165. But we have so many different little kinks. You can see them all up and down this line. We got 1, 2, we got another one here, hook echo, got a little hook there, got a little hook trying to develop there. There are so many different little hooks that are trying to develop all up and down this line of thunderstorms right now. And again, any of these are going to be capable of producing a tornado. So please make sure, if you are in Louisiana right now, I know a lot of you are tuning in from Louisiana or Texas. If you're in either of those states, have a tornado action plan ready to go. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. We'll be live as long as this event is significant. And it's very significant right now. We're sitting at the most tornado warnings that we've had so far this year. And we are far from done, obviously, with severe weather season right around the corner. Latest radar scan south of the radar site on this tornado that has been on the ground for a little bit, kind of lifted here over the last few minutes. Still a little couplet. It's in a very rural area now, but it's near Holly Springs Road. There's a small couplet, no debris signature, but there could be a rain-wrapped tornado just south of the radar site. We're still on the higher end of rotation right now with this particular storm that is embedded in the line. I'd be watching out if you're in Lake Charles, guys. I know Lake Charles, I know a lot of you are going to be tuning in from there. We have a pretty tight-knit audience that we've developed from Lake Charles from our previous outbreaks that we've covered down here. I believe we had a tornado warning in Lake Charles within the last 3 months. I'm pretty sure we were live for this not very long ago. So, Lake Charles, you definitely need to be staying weather aware right now. Again, large, broad area of rotation is surging towards you guys. We have Storm Chaser Ryan Schull, bottom right of your screen. He is basically he's sandwiched between the 2 different areas of rotation. And then we have another area of rotation that is south of Vinton. So again, 2 different areas. If one breaks, another one might not. And so there's definitely a more significant tornado risk we need to be tracking here near Lake Charles over the next half hour. So be ready, Lake Charles, for a possible tornado risk here in the short term. By the way, for those that are controlling cameras, you can change out slot 3 and just recycle. You can cycle through stuff if anything's west of Lake Charles. Thank you, Nuck, for the 5 gifted memberships. Huge shout out to Artemis with the 100 gifted memberships. Spam W's in the chat for Artemis. That is like $500 in gifted memberships. That is insane. Really appreciate the support. Where are you guys all tuning in from? Let me know in the chat. I just saw somebody say they're watching from Lake Charles. Hey, Chessie, for becoming a member. Any updates on the previous tornado? Again, if we have any updates on any of the tornadoes that we are seeing now or from earlier, we will let you know. We have an entire team of people right now that are going through all that stuff. All right, so we will have the latest updates on any new details. We just got a new tornado warning, and I didn't even get a sound effect for this one. We have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This one is going to be for Rapids and Vernon counties. All right, so that is back up here near Comrade. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. I'm playing the sound effect so it actually plays through this time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, we have a brand new tornado warning once again here in Louisiana. That is west of Boyce. We are now up to 7 tornado warnings. It's actually unbelievable how many warnings we have right now. Thank you, Cancer, for becoming a member. we do have a new damage report that is coming out of D. Ritter. This is an area that we at least had straight line damaging winds, possibly a tornado. Trees are down and power outages have been reported in D. Ritter. That is according to law enforcement. That is our first damage report out of this line of thunderstorms. We've had several wind gust reports ranging from 60 to 70 miles per hour here from Houston back towards Port Arthur. We have a new one that just came out of Port Arthur in Netherlands that's around 64 miles per hour. So the winds are pretty intense across the board here. This is looking a bit more concerning. Latest scan south of Vinton, west of Lake Charles, is showing still a pretty strong area of rotation. So again, if you're over in Lake Charles on the south side, the Lake Charles Regional Airport as well, definitely be staying vigilant. Stronger area of rotation is currently tracking to the east right now. As a reminder, we currently have 7 tornado warnings, 2 of which are confirmed tornadoes. At this moment, I'm not seeing any definitive tornado that is in progress, even though we have confirmed tornado warnings. We may have a tornado still west of Cora, Louisiana. That one's been strong here for a while. There was a very definitive hook echo. No longer have that. It's been absorbed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rain, cool air, and we have another tornado warning. We're up to 8 tornado warnings. This is unbelievable. We have 8 tornado warnings now. This one is for Calasieu and Cameron parishes. So that is going to be for the Lake Charles area of Louisiana. So Lake Charles, Louisiana, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We got a hook echo that is located on the south side of Vinton. That is just to the west there of Carley's. This one could easily produce a tornado, guys. All right, so you need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning right now. This one is much more...
A new tornado warning.
This is unbelievable. We're up to 9 tornado warnings. I have to go to standing mode for this. We got a new tornado warning for Vernon Parish, Louisiana. We have 9 tornado warnings. This is the most that we've had in 2026. This is unbelievable radar imagery that we're seeing right now. It looks like an army of tornado warnings currently in central Louisiana. We are now sitting at 9 tornado warnings, 6 of which are in central Louisiana, west of Alexandria. These are all tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms, all right? So if you're in any of these pink polygons, I know it's hard to look at, all right? But if you're in any of these pink polygons, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous line of thunderstorms that is currently tracking to the east right now, and it is not looking like it's going to be winding down here anytime soon. We have several areas of rotation all up and down this entire line. We have one that's located right now near Louisiana 8 Road that is tracking towards Boyce. Then we got another one that is going to be located back down towards the west side of Woodworth. This was a pretty strong area of rotation. There was initially a hook echo that was very defined with this. But over the last several radar scans, it has broadened out. You can see this is about 7 scans ago, and you can just see how clear that hook echo was. It's gotten absorbed by rain, cool air over the last few minutes, so not nearly as intense as what we once had. There are several little areas of rotation further south near Louisiana 10. There's a lot of little kinks all up and down this line. But again, if you have any friends or family right now in the path of this area of, you know, basically there's just so much rotation. If you have any friends or family in the path of this, make sure they're aware of this. I'm talking about Alexandria, Marksville, Cottonport, Ville Platte, Jenna. All of you guys need to be staying weather aware right now as we have an ongoing significant line of thunderstorms that is marching to the east right now, capable of producing tornadoes. And in some cases, there could be a possibility of an isolated strong tornado with this line. I'm going to go back down to Lake Charles in a second. We're going to look at this radar scan, and then we'll go back to Lake Charles in just one moment. This is an army of tornado warnings that we currently have in central Louisiana. All right, here's the latest scan. We're going to go north to south, starting with the Clifton area. Velocities should update in a moment. By the way, we do have, I'm just going to zoom out real quick. So for those that are just tuning in, this is our entire wall right now of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. And so again, Lake Charles, you guys are under a tornado warning. Leesville is still under a warning, just west of Alexandria. We could easily hit 10 tornado warnings here in the next minute or two. We still got about 2 minutes until some of these tornado warnings will expire, but we are at an unbelievable amount of warnings. All right, so starting with Comrade, there's still a broad area of rotation that's tracking towards Boyce. So not on the ground for right now. Further down to the south, near 121, we have another area of broad rotation that's moving towards Woodworth. Even though some of these areas of rotations are broad, they will likely intensify again as they track east towards Alexandria. Back down towards Pitkin, we have another broad area of rotation that's tracking towards Glenmora right now. That'll be eventually going towards Forest Hill. Further down to the south, near the Reeves area, this isn't even tornado warned, but there is also an area of rotation that's developing here, moving towards Oberlin and Kinder. So make sure that you're ready to go to your safe place if you're down there. If we go all the way back down towards Lake Charles, this is where we're talking about two different areas of rotation. New radar scan is now coming in as we speak. We have one area of broad rotation that's pretty large that's moving into Sulphur that'll be approaching Lake Charles. This one's going to be the more concerning one for Lake Charles since it's basically going due east. So it's going right along the I-10 corridor. And again, live view there, bottom right of your screen in Sulphur of where Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is currently located. But again, and that's also another view there near Lake Charles, and that's going to be looking west towards those storms. So we're watching both of those angles very closely. But that's a broad area of rotation. It's also large. It could definitely try to produce something. The one that is south of I-10, that is southeast of Vinton. This one could be on the ground at any time. There's another little tightening that we have here on radar. So it's gotten tight again. It's right around an 8 or so on our velocity scale. So it's not far from producing a tornado right now. But this is currently tracking, again, to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And that is going to be making its way towards the regional airport of Lake Charles. So again, about an 8 out of 10 in terms of rotation. It's pretty strong right now, tracking to the east. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening. We got a lot of tornado warnings. We're going to try to break down every one of them as much as we can. We are now sitting at 6 different tornado warnings. Unbelievable what we're seeing tonight. I mean, again, I'm to be honest, I went live and I was like, there's no way we're going to get past maybe 2, maybe 3. We've got to 9. 9 is the highest amount of tornado warnings that we've had so far in 2026. And it's possible that we could hit a high number around, 9 or 10 here in the next 15 minutes. Just depends on how things evolve. I'm really watching the storm near Reeves. That one looks very interesting right now. Rotation is not super strong, but it's definitely strong enough to the point where we could end up having a tornado risk go towards Oberlin. It's broad, but may get tornado warned here soon. Let me go back up towards Leesville again. Again, near Leesville, we just have so many different areas of rotation. It's hard to pinpoint each individual one, but we have one right here near 463 that's north of Pitkin. That's not on the ground, but going towards Forest Hill. There's just a very broad area of rotation down near Cora. In fact, they might end up issuing a new tornado warning near Union Hill here in a second. There's no tornado warning there right now, but we need to watch that. There's a little area of rotation there moving east-northeast. Back up near Clifton and Burnstown, just a large, broad area of circulation moving to the northeast. And then if we go all the way to the north, closer to Shreveport, it's just a large line of thunderstorms, all right? So this is mostly wind west of Jenna. Not as much wind shear in that environment to really be producing tornadoes. But everything further south is much more concerning right now, especially west of Alexandria. Thank you, Astro, for the super chat. Michelle, for becoming a member. Sent all my family your link in Lake Charles. Well, I'm glad to hear. And again, if you have friends or family in Lake Charles, feel free to share the stream with them. You can share it on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Messenger, whatever you guys use. Again, we will be live here covering this event. We have hundreds and hundreds of live cameras just in Lake Charles alone. We also have Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who is currently actually in Sulphur. This is a live shot.
Okay,
So he's looking directly to the west right now. We'll see if we see any power flashes, but again, this is looking in the direction of that rotation, just south of Sulphur, which has been mostly wind. There's a stronger area of circulation that is located south of I-10, west of Carl's. I think it's Carly's.
Oh, more lightning.
That's tracking more in the direction of the regional airport. So that is Scholl. We'll keep an eye on him. This is also a live shot in Lake Charles. This is on I-10 at the Louisiana 27 intersection. I believe this is a bridge right here, if I'm not mistaken. But looking westbound. And again, we're not seeing anything too crazy yet. There's been a few occasional flashes of lightning.
Where?
Let me see if
yeah, kind of broadened out.
Let me ask.
Out there.
Hey, do you have anything?
Yeah,
See if
no,
Ryan Scholl has
the
anything.
velocity kind of broadened out quite a bit.
We're struggling to see anything right now. Lightning hasn't been very prominent, so we're struggling to even see a shelf on this thing. We're trying to get a visual as much as we can.
Thank you for the update. So that's Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl again, just west here of Lake Charles. We are keeping a very close eye on him as he's going to have a probably a bird's eye view of a possible tornado. But my goodness, look southwest of Lake Charles, guys. I mean, I know we're talking about, you know, Scholl's up here near Sulphur. And this rotation was warned initially near Big Woods and Edgerly, but this one here is looking far more intense right now, west of Moss Lake, and it's not on the ground yet, at least from what we're seeing. There's no debris signature, but the hook echo has become very prominent. The inflow has also gotten much stronger, and so I'm much more concerned right now about this area of rotation heading towards the Lake Charles Regional Airport. Again, so Lake Charles Regional Airport, Prairie Land. Even if you're in Lake Charles, guys, you guys need to make sure that you are staying away from windows right now, lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy structure. This is not safe right now in terms of this storm. It's not weakening. That northern rotation's weakening. The southern one's is intensifying right now. And very quickly, in fact. It's definitely not weakened at all. All right, further off to the north, let me go to Reeves first. And again, I'm a little surprised we do not have a tornado warning on this, but still stronger rotation currently located south of 26. This near LA 113, moving towards Oberlin. So we are keeping an eye on a large area of rotation that's tracking to the east, kind of similar to the one that we had down near Sulphur initially. Further northwest of Glenmora, there's an area of rotation outside of our tornado warning that is going to be tracking towards Melder. Again, not seeing anything on the ground currently. And then off to the north, everything basically west of Alexandria has gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes. We had a little peak there of these QLCS tornadoes. And again, what that means is embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms. We had that for a pretty good amount of time. It's weakened here over the last several minutes, but we definitely could see a resurgence of embedded tornadoes in this line here pretty soon. Right now, I would say I'm the most concerned currently about the storm near Reeves, and then also the one that is southwest there of Lake Charles. Those are the two that I'm the most concerned about. And I'd have to say this one just looks crazy right now. The latest inflow notch here on radar is even more intense. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is currently coming out of the west too. We'll keep an eye on them. But that little hook right there, it definitely looks concerning. We do not have a tornado debris signature yet, but Lake Charles, you need to be in your safe place right now.
We got a view of the shelf at least.
All right, Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl says he has a view of the shelf.
Cannot.
A little bit more lightning. This is again live here on the west side of Lake Charles near Sulphur. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. You can also watch him inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description.
I was wondering, like, oh, they dropped the south tornado. Oh, you can see the shelf now. See a shelf? Yeah, look at that. You can see it. Look, you can see it.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
That's a huge shelf.
We got a view of the shelf at least.
Here, I can take the...
That is a huge shelf cloud.
Oh, you know, it's fine. Like, you can kind of see it.
Look at that.
Give us a good bolt.
That is a huge shelf cloud.
Yeah, raindrop was...
Oh! That was a big cloud of ground lightning strike.
There we go.
Oh my
Nice.
God. Hold on. You keep pointing it out.
Yep.
I'm gonna record a little bit of video. Okay, now I start recording and it's not gonna do anything.
That is an incredible shelf cloud. I'm surprised we can actually see this. This is pretty incredible.
Yeah, we're gonna get going. We stay this long.
Again, what we're looking at there is a shelf cloud. That is not a wall cloud that's trying to produce a tornado, right? It's not a rotating column of basically air. Instead, that is all the wind that is pushing towards them right now and towards Lake Charles.
Sorry.
Further to his south
You're not,
is the area that we need to be concerned about. Again, that is a large shelf, but down here south of where he is where there's more concern. And we could see the cycle, right? I mean, that's where that shelf cloud is located. But further south down here, to the northwest there of Moss Lake, that is where there's a stronger area of rotation right now. It's not on the ground currently, but it's definitely on the stronger side of things. And it's attempting to produce right now. It's actually located over the Southland Field, which is a small little runway airport there near Moss Lake. And then it'll eventually go towards the Lake Charles Regional Airport. But in terms of the rotation scale right now, we're in the medium range. This is about a 7 out of 10 in terms of rotation moving towards the south side of Lake Charles. Again, if you're in Lake Charles, you need to seek shelter, all right? You got about 5 minutes until these storms are right into town, and they could be producing a tornado by then. What's Storm Chaser Ryan still looking at? I believe that's the shelf cloud moving overhead right now. There might be a little bit of rotation kind of on that left side. Might be a little bit of rotation there on the left. See the clouds moving overhead though, and plenty of lightning, and the wind's probably going to intensify a lot here.
Yup. That is my cue. We gotta go.
Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just to the south of our warnings near KPOE right now, we have 2 new tornadoes developing very quickly. These have just both popped up in the last few scans. I would expect a tornado on the ground with either of these anytime in the next few minutes. Places like Union Hill and, oh, I'm not even going to try and say that. If you live there, go ahead and take shelter.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, Cali Sioux, I want to say, Union Hill, I don't know if that's right. But anywhere in this area, we now have 2 new areas of rotation that have developed. The one that is currently located east of 463, this one right here, is a little bit tighter, but there's also one outside of our tornado warning that is tracking towards Glenmora. So Glenmora, we need to be getting ready to go to our safe place. We do not have a tornado warning right now, but we could get one in the next couple of minutes. That's an area of rotation embedded in our line of thunderstorms. And again, so far, the National Weather Service has basically issued warnings on any sort of QLCS tornado action. So I'd anticipate that we'll probably end up seeing a tornado warning for Glenmora, assuming that area of rotation continues. We have a brand new radar scan coming in now, so we're going to wait and see what that looks like here in just a second. And Calcasieu. Sure, thank you. Max, let me be your Louisiana town translator. We should hire a town translator just for these streams. All right, here's the latest scan. And yeah, we now have a new tornado warning. So again, new tornado warning. That one's going to be for Glenmora. So if you are in Glenmora, you need to be seeking shelter, getting away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is currently tracking to the east. So again, brand new tornado warning Glenmora south of Woodworth. Strongest rotation right now is located near 113 moving towards Glenmora. The other one is right now located near 112. That's heading towards Woodworth. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this tornado headed towards Calcasieu is on the ground. It's a very, very small CC drop. It's hard to see just looking at CC, but it isn't here. It's about right here, and this is going to continue moving off to the east, maybe off to the northeast a little bit. But that is a tornado on the ground, and I would expect this to be updated to an observed warning here shortly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we now have a tornado in progress. We are now at a 10 out of 10 on our velocity scale. So again, that is the highest level that we could possibly get to. We're at a tornado in progress now near 112. That is northwest of Glenmora. There is a little debris signature there that has popped up over the latest scan. That is going to be moving towards Calcasieu and then eventually going towards Melder. And then it will be tracking towards Woodworth and really the south suburbs there of Alexandria. We have another area of tightening rotation west of Glenmora that we're also keeping an eye on. We'll go back to those in a second. There's also a large broad area of circulation northwest of Kinder that is going to be tracking in the direction of Oberlin and Ville Platte. So we are keeping another close eye on this one. No tornado warning with this, but definitely a large area of damaging winds. Sulphur and Lake Charles, we need to be keeping a bird's eye view right now in this area of rotation. The last couple scans are now showing that basically this area of rotation is trying to become one. It's basically merging into one area of rotation here in Louisiana. And there is a possibility that this could try to drop a tornado in the next couple of minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that other area of rotation also on KPOE to the south, so our furthest south one is also now on the ground. This is headed towards the town of Glenmora.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So another tornado is in progress. This is near Union Hill. All right, so new tornado that is in progress. This one is a small little debris signature that is tracking to the northeast. So if you're in Glenmora, you need to be in your safe place right now. The one near Calcasieu looks like it may have lifted. It could have just been a brief, weak tornado, which is entirely possible with a line of thunderstorms like this. So Calcasieu, Glenmora, both of you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, 2 different areas of rotation are currently tracking to the east-northeast. Let's go back down to the south. I want to go back to Lake Charles. This is That looks like a tornado. I think we might have a tornado in southeast of okay, so yeah, we have another tornado on the ground. This one is now in progress, southwest of Lake Charles. We have a debris signature right now, southwest of Vincent Landing. I believe it's going over rivers, so it may have just, that debris signature just went away. But there is now a tornado, maybe a water spout ongoing. It's approaching the Great Plantation Golf Course. So we now have possibly as many as 3 different tornadoes in progress right now. And this is just a large area of rotation that is moving to the east. So Lake Charles, you need to be in your safe place. Prairie Land, Lake Charles Regional Airport, all of you need to be in your safe place right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The latest scan now back to more of a strong rotation look to it rather than a tornado, but still very strong rotation right now is moving into Lake Charles. If you have any friends or family, again, in the path of these storms, make sure to share the stream with them. We are live again here on YouTube. We're actually live on Facebook too, technically. If you want to check us out, or if you want other people to check us out, you can share the link to the stream. We are live covering, again, a kind of a small-scale little QLCS tornado outbreak that's happening here across Louisiana, and it was happening across Texas when we began this stream, and now it's moved into Louisiana here over the last hour or so. All right, latest scan further to the north. Back up towards Glenmora. Again, a stronger area of rotation that's now moving over Calcasieu, tracking up towards Woodworth. There's another little kink that's trying to develop near 121. That is in kind of the middle of nowhere, but it's going to be trying to go towards Alexandria. And then the one that is west of Glenmora that was on the ground briefly does not appear to be on the ground anymore. Again, another brief tornado that just happened. That one's going to be tracking towards Bringhurst, Forest Hill, and Longleaf over the next 10 minutes.
Max, I don't know if you have me up at all, but we have a very, very clear view off of this bridge here on the southwest side of Lake Charles. Whatever could be possibly happening to our south.
All right, so Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is in Lake Charles right now. This is where we have a strong area of rotation. Let me go ahead and put on his audio here.
Look at this view, guys.
So this is looking south over the bridge. This is where we'd be looking for a tornado right now.
Right over this bridge. Max, I don't know if you have me up at all, but we have a very, very clear view off of this bridge here on the southwest side of Lake Charles. Of whatever could be possibly happening to our south.
See if we can see any power flashes or anything along those lines. If there were to be a tornado, it would be coming back onto land here in a second. It's kind of going over a little river right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Grant Parish, Louisiana.
I know. What a view. Golden Nugget. What in the world?
My cat knows what's going on anymore. I haven't been live in so long, my cat is going crazy. So again, that's live there on 210.
Really good to be back on your south here.
Here in Louisiana. We do have a new tornado warning. This one's way further to the north. This one's going to be back up near Alexandria. And that's actually not a tight area of rotation, but a strengthening area of rotation over Boyce. So that is tracking towards Pollock, Dry Prong, and then eventually going towards Catahoula Lake. All right, so if you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, camera slot number 3 right now. This is a camera in Lake Charles near I-210. We do have power flashes on this camera, most likely associated with damaging wind. Could possibly be a tornado, but either way, that is a sign that there is some sort of damage ongoing.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So power flashes have been spotted on this camera. This is on I-210 at Cove Lane. So this will be back over here in Shreveport. We have a significant burst of wind right now moving into Shreveport as we speak. I mean, there might not be a tornado currently, but there is just a monster surge of wind that is pushing into the southwest side of Lake Charles. It's going to be coming up towards that regional airport. I believe that there's probably no flights going out right now. I don't really know, but obviously, if there were any, that would cause a lot more problems. But man, look at the bottom right, guys. That rotation, this is not looking good right now for Lake Charles, all right? I mean, again, we're talking about significant wind. The velocities are coming together again. It's trying to tighten. It's trying to drop a tornado right now. And this is one of the most discrete cells that we have on the map. if we go back over here to live radar, I mean, guys, look at this. Like, this hook gecko has grown in size significantly near Prion. And I'm waiting for the velocities to update. Look at this. That's a huge area of circulation. Very strong winds that are going right towards the radar, probably around 80 miles per hour. And then wrapping around into the inflow, they're also pretty strong. So this might be moments away from dropping a tornado if there isn't already one on the ground right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the radar is actually reading these the RFD of the storm right near Lake Charles as 90 knots. That is equivalent to 100 miles per hour. So there's a tornado warning in effect here. Even if you're not getting hit by a tornado, you could definitely see winds of 100 miles an hour or more. That is going to go right over the Lake Charles airport here.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I mean, again, we are talking about destructive winds right now that are moving into Lake Charles. Again, live shot here of Lake Charles. This is at Cove Lane at I-210. The wind is starting to pick up. Riley alluded to this just a moment ago, but there was some power flashes on this camera. And the winds apparently are almost at 110 miles per hour. So, again, very significant winds are currently embedded in this storm. Even if we do not have a tornado, it's producing tornado-like winds on the south side of Lake Charles. We are keeping a very close eye to Ryan Shoal. Rotation's really strengthened over the last minute. I'm waiting for that new radar scan because the second we get it, we should have a much better idea of if there's a tornado or not. But at the bare minimum, the winds are just unbelievable right now, to say the least. And they're only getting stronger. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Shoal. He's again in Lake Charles.
Ooh, it's on the ground? Okay, well, I can't tell right now. I don't have a good way to know.
Ryan Shoal thinks it might be on the
True.
ground.
Like, what is
That
the
is a
source?
strong radar signature.
We keep an eye on him. All right, new radar scans coming in right now. We've had several power flashes on that camera. I'm going to go 3-cam view so we have a view of everything. Wow, look at that camera bottom left. My goodness. Look at that camera bottom left. That is live in Lake Charles right now. I'm actually going to go full cam to that. The wind is unbelievable here. It's on I-210 at Prion Lake Bridge 1. You look bottom right, it's just a large area of rotation. I don't know if anything's on the ground. We haven't had a definitive view on radar yet, but it's a huge area of rotation that we are seeing right now. And winds are coming out of all sorts of directions. You can barely see out there, but the wind is very intense. You guys can switch out cam slot 3. I'll be switching on that one. Slot 1 and 3 can be switched. So again, Storm Chaser Ryan Shoal, he's on now the southeast side of Lake Charles near Greenwich Village. The winds are again very intense near Prion Lake Bridge. Apparently there are more power flashes on this camera. This is the Cove Lane one. And here we go. Again, we're talking about a significant windstorm, possibly a tornado in progress again on the south side of Lake Charles. We have nothing definitive yet that is confirmed that we have a tornado, but the winds are right around 100 miles per hour currently. See, the wind is very intense right now. There have been a few power flashes spotted on this camera. Also, if we get any videos of those power flashes, feel free to send them to me. I'll show them. And this camera's shaking like crazy. Look bottom right of your screen. This is the rotation again in the Lake Charles area of Louisiana. Hopefully, if you are watching from Lake Charles, you are getting to your safe place because of what we are seeing here. And obviously, you are under a tornado warning. You should have been there already. This is the exact reason why you do not want to be caught off guard right now. You need to be getting to that storm shelter, your basement, your closet, bathroom, whatever is on the lowest floor, the most away from windows you can possibly be. That's where you got to be right now. And I'm not going to lie, these winds are very intense. It might even try to knock out the radar site. I mean, it's right on top of it right now. This is the latest radar scan. And again, all cameras in the bottom of your screen, they're all inside of this tornado warning. Rotation is very intense. Winds coming out of the north are very intense. So the north side of Lake Charles isn't experiencing the worst of this, right? But the west side and a lot of where there are mobile homes is being hit hard by this currently. Wind is very, very intense. Winds could be as high as 100 miles per hour right now. And if we have a tornado, it would be right over, almost over the radar site. It's very close to it. It's right next to the Lake Charles Regional Airport. So
a new tornado warning has been
it's definitely
issued.
a very dangerous storm that we are witnessing in real time. We have a brand new tornado warning for Callicoon, and as well as Oh, that's going to be back down here. So this will be for Lake Charles. We have a brand new tornado warning. So Lake Charles, Iowa City, and Welsh, all of you are included in this tornado warning. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. I want to throw it out there that we were talking about this an hour ago. I figured this would happen, that we get a tornado threat here in Lake Charles. The fact that we were spot on about that is crazy. We were talking about that about an hour ago, where this place just seems to always be a magnet to tornadic activity. So, again, we are talking about another ongoing possible tornado right now in Lake Charles. We had one last year, and we covered that live, and we have possibly another one right now near the I can't say that. Nessie State University. Hopefully I'm saying the name right. That is where the strongest area of rotation is, near Beau Blanc, and that's going to be going towards Chalkley, Bellevue, and Homewood. You guys are next in path for this. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment. The worst of the conditions, though, are ongoing currently in Lake Charles. I don't even think there is a tornado right now. It's hard to tell, but I don't even know if there is one right now. I think it's just a monster swath of wind that is all just circling right now. You can see that currently on this I-210 camera. It's quite literally unbelievable. We got a brand new radar scan coming in right now, bottom right of your screen. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl's like right next to this.
We're gonna keep going south.
Ryan Scholl, if you look bottom right, he's right here. He's going right towards that rotation. He's going north to south. He's looking at this.
We have an east road. We have an east road here.
Okay, good.
Strongest rotation right now
is
near
zigzags a little bit, so that's actually perfect for us. And keep us south of the
State
interstate, but we have that
University.
east option. That's what matters. Again, keep watching.
So if there's a tornado be buried back in there, we'll see if we see any power flashes too.
I don't want to put ourselves any further south if we don't have to. Okay, our west road should be right, our east road should be right
This
up here.
is an urgent alert. A tornado is on
yeah,
the
there we
ground. Seek shelter.
That's enough. We're fine.
Okay.
Here comes
We're
the wind.
safe, I promise.
Okay.
Look at this.
I can turn around right
This is
now.
inside. This is basically a hurricane right now on the south side of Lake Charles. That was a wall
That's
of
what it's
wind
gonna
that
do.
just hit. It's going to be circling them here for the next several minutes. And my camera just went off. That's impressive.
We're good.
My camera broke. One moment, guys. We got my camera back. Never had that happen before on the stream. Camera just
Circulation will be
froze.
just to our south. We're good.
Okay.
Wow, I'm very zoomed in. Not a good time for this. So again, this is live right now inside of the southeast side of Lake
Watching for
Charles.
wind shifts here.
The wind is shifting in all sorts of
If I need
directions.
to, I
Again, it
can
looks
turn
like a
around.
hurricane, basically.
We should be okay right now. Okay, we're going east. Right over here.
Ryan Scholl is like in the middle. If you look at the velocities
see
bottom right, he's
anything right here,
basically in
though.
the middle of this. There was a tornado be off to his right. Presumably. And you can watch Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl inside of the Radar Mega app as well.
There's a tornado that's gonna be
It's
to our
top link
south.
in the description below. Winds are very
Yes,
intense
that's
right now,
right.
again, in Lake Charles. Again, the amount of lightning that we're seeing as well is incredible. We have a new confirmed tornado warning. I believe that is going to be back off to the north. Not sure what warning that was. Let me fill me in. That was Allen Parish, Louisiana. So Allen, Everglade, and as well as Rapids parishes. We now have a confirmed tornado up here. That's near Oakdale. And I believe that would be near Oakdale. So if you're in Oakdale, if you're near Forest Hill, you need to be in your safe place, Glenmora. That is our new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be in central
A
Louisiana.
new tornado warning has been
We have
issued.
another tornado warning. We're back up to 6 tornado warnings. All right, so that one's going to be for Evo, Yellis, and as well as Rapids parishes in Louisiana. That's going to be an extension. So this is Alexandria. Alexandria, Woodworth, Ball. You guys are all included in this tornado warning. You need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. All right, so again, this is a storm that is actively trying to produce a tornado moving to the east-northeast. Already has had a history of producing tornadoes embedded in this line of thunderstorms, and it could try to do so again here.
Had power flashes to our south here.
All right, Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl just said he had power flashes. So there are power flashes being reported now on the around Lake Charles. Hardly see it.
Oh, Jesus.
Hardly see anything, but the lightning is very frequent. We've obviously had reports of power flashes too.
Do you want me to hold the stream?
No, it's fine.
We go over to Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. They are in Lake Charles. Look at this. Don't switch out slot 1. Slot 3 can be switched out for cams. So this is live on the south side of Lake Charles. Been a lot of lightning. Winds have been pretty strong. Luckily, there are not very many people on the roadways right now. Hey, Joe, for the 10 gifted memberships, and Tina for becoming a member. It's just north of the Lake Charles Regional Airport. We do not have a debris signature on radar. It's just a large area of wind, basically, that's circling. It's just a large area of moderate rotation, I'd say, right now, here in Lake Charles.
I really hope the radar doesn't go down.
All right, we're keeping an eye on them. I'm going to keep them bottom left of your screen. Bottom right of your screen's another live shot right now in Lake Charles. All right, so we obviously have this ongoing tornado warning for Lake Charles. Also, we have another area of rotation that is ongoing near Cameron. This is not warned. That's near Calcasieu Lake. That is currently tracking to the east. We have another area of rotation here that is going to be tracking right along the Gulf Coast. We could get a tornado warning on that, so something else we'll be keeping an eye on. Further to the north near Alexandria. Again, if you're tuning in from Alexandria, you need to be in your safe place. We got an intense line of thunderstorms that is attempting to produce embedded tornadoes in this line. So Alexandria, west of Marksville, west of Ville Platte, all of you need to be ready to be in your safe place if you're not already. Away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible right now. Also, by the way, if you guys have photos or videos, which I do not recommend doing this in a tornado warning, but if you have any, you can send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link down below. I know some people have been trying to email me photos. Do not email me photos. Send them to the link, because we'll be looking at those more than anything. Storm Chaser Ryan Schull apparently said he might have a tornado. Let's go over to him. Let me ask and see what he's seeing right now. Can you see anything? Look bottom right, there's a tightening.
I can't right now. We're pretty much shrouded in rain. If there is going to be a tornado, it's literally just to the south of this highway we're on right now.
So that is Ryan Schull. Look bottom right of your screen. There's actually a tightening right over the Millard Cove Golf Course. There could be a tornado off to his east. There's a small tightening of rotation there. We go 3-cam view so you can see it. There is a tightening there. They're right there, southeast of Lake Charles. So we could have a tornado that is moving to the east-northeast. That'll be going towards Iowa. So that might be something. Obviously, this is not in downtown Lake Charles. It's on the east side, but it's going towards Iowa and Welsh. So if you are in this warning, you need to be, again, in your safe place right now. On the rotation scale, we put this right around a 9, so it's not a confirmed tornado, but it's on the basically highest point that we could possibly be right now for there being the borderline between there being very strong rotation and a tornado. That's what we're seeing right now, just southeast of Lake Charles, just to the south of the Chennault International Airport. No debris signature from what we're seeing, but that's right over the golf course. So there could be some damage there to that golf course when we wake up tomorrow morning.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Brand new tornado warning. That is now making it back to 5 tornado warnings. Allen, Everglade, Evan Galeen, and St. Landry parishes are all included in that new tornado warning. It'll pop up in a second. We do have a new damage report coming out of Union Hill, Louisiana. This is from the 911 call center that there are trees down across the road. So if you are traveling tonight, take it slow out there. Obviously, it's very wet, but there could be trees unexpectedly down nearby, especially if you were just hit by one of these severe storms. New tornado warning is going to be for Oberlin, Eunice, Pine Prairie, and Maumau. We actually have a strong area of rotation currently located over Oberlin. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the east-northeast right now. Eventually going towards Ville Platte and Port Barre. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Schull. He's in a wind tunnel again.
We're good. We're good. Watching for potential.
There could be a tornado directly to his east
here.
right now.
I'm no stranger.
We know that.
Luckily, this would be a little bit more.
This is super clutch now, and I know I told you guys this on our last stream, but we now have a water system in the weather studio,
I mean, it was
so I don't have to go anywhere anymore to actually get water. I'm not using all sorts of plastic water bottles. W.
I can't believe it rocked the freaking Explorer. Okay, it's definitely a.
So that's Storm Chaser Ryan Schull. This is also Tornado Pagey. They're also located here on the southeast side of Lake Charles. This has turned into a massive burst of wind, trying to still drop tornadoes, heading towards Hayes, Welsh, and Iowa.
That's wild.
We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. As Ryan Schull, I don't know how he's even driving through that. This is our latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The highest tornado and severe wind potential for the next couple of hours will be located basically from Alexandria back into Lafayette, Lake Charles, and then eventually going towards New Iberia, Baton Rouge, and then Natchez. So any of those areas, get ready for an increasing tornado risk here over the next few hours. They have noted here that the most probable peak intensity of tornadoes is up to 130 miles per hour. Keep in mind that's EF2 type tornadoes possible with this line of thunderstorms, and even if we get anything out in front of the line, anything maybe a little bit more discreet could be capable of producing a strong tornado. And we're also expecting the main concern still to be widespread damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Looking back off to the north, if you're in Alexandria, once again, we do have a tornado warning. Rotation for Alexandria has gotten broader over the last few minutes. It is approaching I-49. It'll be approaching the south side of Alexandria in about 5 minutes. And then the northern tornado warning for Pollock and north of Ball near Dry Prong, that one is not really doing much of anything right now. The rotation's gotten a lot broader on that storm. The one that's a little bit further south near Pine Prairie, we got a little bit more rotation here right on the leading edge of this line near Glen Mora, heading towards I-49. This will eventually go towards Bunkie and Cottonport and Ville Platte. There could actually be a tornado trying to drop right now near Pine Prairie. We need to keep an eye on that. And then a larger broad area of rotation currently located over in Oberlin. This is our newest tornado warning. That is moving towards Malmö and then eventually going towards Ville Platte. Let's go back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Schull.
Oh, sorry.
This is still what it looks like on the southeast side of Lake Charles. Things have not really improved there. Downtown Lake Charles is at least improved. You just hear the wind. You can't really visually see it as well anymore, but the wind is unbelievable here.
I'm so happy we're kind of walking out of it today with something.
Yeah.
Not what I expected.
Hey, Joe, for the 10 gifted memberships.
I expected nothing.
No,
Definitely not that.
I didn't expect it to like play out like that specifically, I guess. When you're kind of right near a major city like that, I just...
Well, the lightning.
Yeah, but we're at,
the wind and the lightning is just crazy there right now. If you look at radar here, just off to the east of Homewood now, the winds being measured by radar peak around 70, almost 80 miles per hour. At the peak, they may have been around 100 on the south side of Lake Charles. Keep in mind, that might have been a microburst on the south side of Lake Charles. Those are usually, basically what a microburst is a very intense surge of wind that drops and hits the ground, only spreads out by about 3, 4, 5 miles, not usually large. They call it micro for a reason. It's a small scale extreme wind event, and we may have actually had that on the south side of Lake Charles. That might have been what we saw here over the last several minutes. And so, again, very intense windstorm still ongoing down here just south of I-10. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so there's a few areas that I have my eye on. A couple of them aren't tornado warned. I'm currently looking off to the north of Cameron here in Louisiana, and this is an area where we do have a little bit of converging velocity. It's currently over water, I believe, so I think that's why we haven't seen a tornado warning for this, is because if it's over water, it's not a tornado. We did just get a new or a continued tornado warning for Grant in Louisiana, but I do think we're going to see another warning here shortly once we see this make it onto land. There's two different areas here that have been attempting to wrap up, and I believe that one of them is going to do it. In addition to that, there was a potential tornado up here near Oberlin. It was a little bit of a questionable CC drop. Unfortunately, we're getting a little bit far away from the radar site, so it's harder to tell what's actually going on the radar. So I'm not going to come out and say that that was 100% a tornado, but it was a possible tornado there near Oberlin. It does look like they also upgraded that warning and skimmed it down just a little bit, but I think this is something that we're going to continue to see for at least a couple more hours before we start to downtrend in terms of the tornado environment. If you're in anywhere like Marksville, Cottonport, Ville Platte, Crowley, you're probably still going to be in the tornado threat. But once we get to places like Lafayette and New Roads, a little bit further off to the east, hopefully that tornado threat will start to wane.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Ryan Scholl is seeing some insane lightning right now here in Lake Charles.
Not like too insane. Like,
if you guys have any photos or videos, feel free to send it in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com.
Sometimes with these QLCSs down here in Dixie, they will throw CGs behind trees, and it is like the most creepiest thing in the world.
These are some of the, let me go over to here. This is one of the videos that one of you guys sent in back over in LaPorte, Texas. This is the line that was entering Houston. They say they recorded a 15-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that's 15. That looks more like, I wouldn't say 50, but probably at least 30 or 40. So very intense winds there back over in Houston. This is from Galveston, Texas. Some strong winds and rain. This is a little bit earlier. But again, if you guys have any photos or videos, the QR code's on your screen. There's a link on your screen as well. And we'll, again, continue to look for your photos and videos. This is the best way to do it. All right, this is the only way really to do it, too, to get on stream.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. This one is going to be for Avoyelles, Evan, Gleen, Rapids, and St. Landry parishes. It's a pretty large tornado warning for multiple areas of rotation. That is going to be back over in Cottonport, Bunkie, Mansura, and as well as Marksville. You need to get to your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, whatever you got. Again, you want to put yourself as far away from the walls and the windows outside as possible. You want to get to the most interior spot in your home or building. Again, if you're in a mobile home or an RV, you're going to want to make sure that you are getting to a sturdy structure. All right. Oh, I'm not on the right screen. If you're over here, though, Bunkie, Cottonport, Mansura, and Marksville. All right. Any of these areas, you need to be seeking shelter. And this is south of Alexandria. That is going to be pushing towards Woodville here soon. Who's spending their Valentine's Day here with tornadoes and stuff? Seems like it's... We're spending Valentine's Day here today with tornadoes instead of a significant other. Like many of us are doing that today. Who all is doing that? This is the Valentine's Day, I wouldn't say tornado outbreak, but tornado event, I guess, here of 2026. I'm not sure if this will reach tornado outbreak criteria. We need 6 tornadoes at least. And I don't know if we're going to get there. We have a lot of damage reports coming out of the Houston area from our storms earlier. There's apparently a staircase that was damaged at a motel in Webster, Texas. We have a downed tree in an apartment complex in Webster. A fence is down in Pearland, Texas. Some damage report near the Barbara Cockrell Elementary School. More fences and trampolines blown onto structures. We got flying trampolines today. If you know, you know. Damage to a garage. Got a lot of damage over there in the Houston area today. I don't even know where my flying trampoline meter is. Here it is. This is our flying trampoline meter. For those that don't know, we have a flying trampoline meter on this channel. And we did not reach the gone forever stage today, but we're definitely at a high risk. All right, so if you have trampolines outside, bring them inside, hatch them down, do what you gotta do. All right, we got a high risk of flying trampolines this evening. And also a high risk of broken hearts because of the weather. Not necessarily ideal weather. Thank you, family, for the super chat. All right, back over to our Lake Charles tornado warning. Real quickly, we do have a wind gust that was measured at the Lake Charles Airport, 72 miles per hour. Back over at the ASOS, which is a weather instrument that is located at airports. And so a 72 mile per hour wind gust was measured there just south of Lake Charles. Right now, this storm is now out of Lake Charles. All right, so this is now moving to your east. It produced some damage. Hayes, Welsh, Roanoke, Jennings. All of you need to be ready for this storm. It still has the capability of producing a tornado or two. More importantly, though, right now, we have a big surge of 70 mile per hour winds that are pushing into Hayes, Lake Arthur, and then Jennings. So significant damaging winds are currently pushing to the east with this line of thunderstorms. We also got a little hook that's trying to develop near the Gulf Coast. This is a very rural area, but back off to the west of Grand Lake. This is a storm that is attempting to wrap. It's trying to produce a tornado risk that's going to continue to track to the east, eventually going towards Grand Lake. Goyden, Kaplan, Abbeville are long-term trajectories of that storm. We actually track out this storm, I'm pretty sure. Somehow. I don't remember how I do it. Do I do the EdPen? There we go. You actually track this storm out. And so you can see the different timestamps on your screen here. So this is the down-the-road timing of this storm. I don't know, is this actually the right speed? I think it's going 40. Let's do this again. You can actually do this you can use this little tool in the Radar Omega app. Basically, click the pencil, and then you drag, which I'm not able to drag, because I'm not using my fingers right. That is basically how you can track where this storm is heading in terms of the winds and the timing and all of that. So I got some of the main locations on your screen. So like Jennings, for example, we're about 25 minutes out. Crawley is about 50 minutes out. Lafayette almost about 90 minutes from now, and Youngsville as well. If you zoom in, you can actually see more of the towns and cities, so it gives you more of a taste of all the different places on the map. But Roanoke's about 20 minutes from now for this particular storm. Going back further to the north, going back to our northern tornado warnings, we still have a tornado warning for Oberlin. There's still some rotation on this. It's not nearly as strong as earlier, but that's tracking towards Ville Platte. It's going to be one of those storms that's trying to produce a tornado embedded in our line of thunderstorms. We have a little hook near Cocodrie Lake that's approaching Bunkie right now. There's another hook that is near Turkey Creek. Neither of them are currently producing a tornado, but there's some rotation. The one near Alexandria is honestly dead at this point. We have not had much rotation on this for a handful of minutes now. And at this point, the rotation scale on our storm in Alexandria is basically at a 1. Very low rotation right now all across Alexandria, anywhere inside of this pink polygon. Very weak rotation. Continue to stay in your safe place just in case, but the rotation is not very strong on that storm. And the scale does apply to this one too. This is still tornado warning near Pollock. It goes for 14 more minutes. I would assume they're probably going to cancel that tornado warning here soon. Same thing with the Alexandria one, but rotation's been very broad. For the storm that's in between, further south near Marksville and Cottonport, rotation here is a little bit stronger. We're closer to about 4 or 5 out of 10 in terms of rotation. Strongest one is approaching Bunkie. Got a little bit of rotation as well, just off to the west of 49. That is near Pine Prairie. And near Basil and Eunice, this is just a large, broad area of rotation. We're kind of around a 3 out of 10 in terms of our rotation scale as of right now. So weak rotation for right now, not currently producing a tornado, but could at any time. Max, do you have a Valentine? No comment. Thank you. Thank you, Artemis, again for the 50 gift memberships earlier. Do most of you have shelters? I don't think most people have tornado shelters, at least in Louisiana. In Louisiana, I feel like more than anything, Texas has them. And even then, the vast majority of people do not have tornado shelters. I may or may not have a Valentine. I'm not answering questions about that. Not in Louisiana, ground's too soft. I mean, you can get above ground shelters too. In my opinion, like, do you like the odds of you actually needing one in Louisiana aren't necessarily high. I feel like it's a much better thing if you're in like a mobile home park or like an RV park, something along those lines. I feel like that's like the best place to have one. What am I drinking? I have a Diet Coke. I have it in this like fancy cup I got from TJ Maxx. It's actually, it tastes better in this cup. I don't know why. I think it's the straw. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, I feel like above ground shelters, like, they're cheaper. They're not necessarily always better. Just depends on like who's making them and stuff. But a lot of the time, above ground shelters can actually be the move, especially when you have ground like that's soft. Like in New Hampshire, for example, I used to live in New Hampshire. You have these massive granite rocks, basically, that are underground. You can't really build a shelter anywhere. So, you know, it's harder to do it there, and in certain terrains, it's also harder to do. That's why above ground can be sometimes good. Most of the time, they're good. It just depends again on who's making it. They're also not cheap. I mean, we're talking an investment of like $8,000 to $10,000 for a singular tornado shelter, and that doesn't necessarily include like, you know, like for like an RV park, for example. If you wanted to have one for like, you know, 20, 30 people, you're gonna need something a lot larger. All right, latest scan back up near Burke in Louisiana. Rotation is still not overly strong. It's been a little bit broader here over the last few minutes. But again, continue to stay in your safe place. We still have, again, 5 tornado warnings here across the deep south and the southern plains. This is a zoomed out view of our radar right now. Pick up the velocity scale. Again, you can track all of these storms inside of the Radar Omega app on top of what we're doing. You can track it with us. It is the top link in the description below if you want to download on iOS and Android. We have storm chasers like Ryan Scholl, who are currently live inside of the app, and as well as Tornado Pagey. And also some live cameras that'll be coming up here pretty soon. We got some, I believe, back over in western Mississippi. Also, I believe, have a camera. This is live in Alexandria. This is one of the Hazcams in Alexandria, which we have not had a whole lot of lightning here over the last few minutes. Let me bring this to a slot. Let's do slot 2. So Alexandria, we got some storms rolling through. Tornado warning is in effect still for Alexandria, which I actually don't think the camera wants to work. Try it again. Maybe it doesn't want to work. But right now in Alexandria, the conditions are not terrible. It's mostly just been rain here over the last several minutes. Not even really seeing that much lightning out there. But we'll continue to keep an eye on that. We have another tornado warning. So we're now up to 6 tornado warnings. And in case you're just tuning in, we peaked at 9 tornado warnings today, which is the most we've had so far in 2025. New tornado warning is for Cameron Parish, Louisiana. That is all the way down here. Very rural area. We've covered this area before. Very few people live here, but if you are in Big Burns, the Grand Lake vicinity, you want to seek shelter. You're going to want to get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Did I say 2025? 2026. My bad. Oh, Lord. Dude, I swear. I feel like a lot of you guys probably have the same issue, but like when we go to a new year, it takes like 4 months to actually get used to what the year is. Like on a checkbook or anything, you write 2025 and you're like, it's 2026. I don't know. I have that issue. It might just be me. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one interesting thing about this, a new tornado warning, is there's actually a very large wildfire inside of it. So on the radar data here, if you see this plume that's been here for quite some time, that is a wildfire and it's inside a tornado warning. So put 2 and 2 together. That means this is a 100% guaranteed fire NATO. So this is in the Big Burns, ironic name right there, Big Burns. But that is a wildfire and a tornado warning polygon.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's actually crazy. Wildfire inside of a tornado warning. That is a pretty impressive looking wildfire too. You don't see that every day. And I mean, again, some people are saying fire NATO. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado right next to the wildfire, but especially with what we're seeing on velocities, but nonetheless, very crazy stuff here. I can't believe the name too. I mean, that's just like ironic. But we're about 4 miles away from that rain, hopefully helping to extinguish a lot of that fire. We'll see if that happens, but that wildfire smoke, it's very fascinating to look at this because you can see the wildfire smoke. Let me go back 14 frames here. You can see how the wildfire smoke is mostly moving to the north here. And just look how it kind of turns. Look how it gets kind of pushed. You got the outflow, all right? So you got this outflow coming from the line, and it's actually pushing that smoke east or northeast. So you can see the smoke. It's not changed a whole lot of direction, but you can see how it's changed. That right there is smoke. It's actually changing direction. It was basically all going due north, and then our outflow winds from this line of thunderstorms pushed to the east, and now we have a shift in directions basically with where our wildfire smoke's going. So interesting stuff for sure. And again, that's right over Lake Missouri, I want to say. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Thank you, Calla, for the super chat. Also, me6 for the super chat. Also, shout out to Edified with the $10 super chat. Appreciate what you and your team does. I appreciate that. And yeah, for those that don't know, again, it's not just me running these streams, right? We have an entire team of people on the back end, so we are doing a lot of stuff at once. We have a brand new tornado warning. We'll wait for that to pop up. So new tornado warning will be for Acadia, Jefferson Davis, and Vermilion parishes. And so that's going to be the one that's east of Lake Charles. This is the major windstorm, really. And I honestly don't agree with there being a tornado warning because there really isn't a whole lot of rotation anymore. But I think it makes sense because of the wind threat that we have right now. It's been very significant. But rotation's very broad for Lake Arthur and Jennings. If we were to put this on the rotation scale, it's basically at maybe a 2, maybe a 3. So we're not really looking at a very strong area of rotation, but nonetheless, if you are in Jennings, Roanoke, Welsh, or Lake Arthur, you want to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Tobe, for the becoming a member. Thank you, Doug, for the super chat. These are not the first tornadoes of 2026. We actually had a couple back over. I think we had 5 tornadoes, actually, from that massive winter storm we had in the middle of January. So that was about a month ago. But we end up having about 5 tornadoes. I believe all of them were in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. Most of them were weak. But this is definitely not our first tornadoes, but this is the first time that we've gone over 5 tornado warnings. Two EF2s in January. And I mean, I don't think tonight we're going to probably see that many EF2s if we see any, but tomorrow has a possibility. Again, we're talking about 7 tornado warnings right now, but tomorrow too, we'll talk more about this here soon, but tomorrow we're expecting more tornadoes across parts of Florida, Georgia, Alabama. There's a 5% tornado risk in place. So we'll be also watching that closely, and there's also a chance of a live stream then. We have a new damage report coming out of Longville, Louisiana. Numerous reports of damage with a possible tornado debris signature, as according to law enforcement. No specified damage as of right now, but we will let you know if we get any new updates there. Back over to Bunkie and Cottonport, we do have a couple of, again, ongoing areas of rotation, none of which are currently producing tornadoes. The rotation is not that strong. It's right in kind of the middle ground of being strong and weak. We're right now about a 4 on the scale. So for Bunkie and Cottonport, continue to stay away from windows. Lowest floor possible, but again, the northern cells here, these two are still a bit more concerning. The ones that are back up near Alexandria have been very broad. There might be a little weak area of rotation trying to come together right now southeast of Alexandria. I don't have much confidence that this one's going to produce a tornado. I think more than anything, we'll probably see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued going towards Faraday in eastern Louisiana. But for right now, the rotation is still pretty weak for right now. And we have a lot more people watching now, but what do you guys think about the velocity scale? Like, what do you think? Like, is there stuff we can improve? Does it look good? Does it make sense? Like, I'm just wondering what you guys think in the chat, because it is a brand new thing that we're rolling out today. We're rolling out a lot of other stuff in severe weather season, but this is kind of a good taste to figure out what actually works and what doesn't, because I'm trying to convey the message of stuff. When it comes to rotation, we're going to be adding a hail thing as well. Like, we got a lot of stuff planned, so... If you have any sort of feedback, suggestions, anything like that, feel free to leave them in the chat. Needs to spin twice as fast? Well, here's the thing. if we, again, this is an example, we do not have a tornado actively, but if you look at the scale right now, you can see 2 out of 10, the thing's spinning very slowly. If we go to a 10 out of 10, that's if there's a tornado on the ground, it goes really fast. And so that's why, like, the lower numbers aren't as fast. I do agree, though, like, medium rotation could be a bit faster, like 6 to 9 could probably be a bit faster. I think 10 is the fastest it could probably get. Should be your head spinning? That sounds like a terrible idea. That'd be a good April Fool's thing, though, if we did. If April Fool's Day has something. It has something basically every year, so maybe. Maybe add PDS in Tornado Emergency? Well, I mean, like, this isn't for that. This is literally just strictly based off rotation. So, I mean, like, if we're looking at this storm back over where that wildfire is, for example, this would be around a 4 in terms of rotation. We're just talking about velocity, spin, rotation. Like, if there's a, strong amount of rotation or not. This has nothing to do with the intensity of a tornado, though. All right, so, like, the intensity of a tornado is very hard to predict in real time. You can usually see it visually, but, like, at the same time, you can't predict if it's an EF3 or an EF1 happening at any given moment. That's almost impossible. You can make assumptions, but that's different, right? So this basically is more of a scale based off of the rotation of a storm. But I do think this is helpful for severe weather season. But we'll be adding more stuff like this. That way we can convey messaging better for storms in general. Hey, check for the $10 super chat for dusting off the trampoline meter. We haven't used that in like a year, it feels like. Here's our latest radar scan. Again, pretty significant winds still approaching Lake Arthur and Jennings. Guidance also in the path of that. Again, we are still sitting at 7 different tornado warnings currently in Louisiana. None of them are in any other state. It's all Louisiana. It's a big line of thunderstorms. This is mostly for QLCS tornadoes. Again, those are tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms. And so none are actively on the ground from what we've been seeing here over the last 10-15 minutes, but they could drop at any time. They could sometimes drop in between radar scans. We're starting to go a bit more into a radar hole now near Bunkie, so it's going to get a little bit more difficult to see them on radar. But we still have several areas of at least moderate rotation near Bunkie that are approaching Cottonport, eventually going towards Simport. The one for Alexandria, the one west of Jenna, those two will probably get dropped here in a few minutes. The rotation's been pretty weak. And we just hit 9:30, so we're back down to 4 tornado warnings. So the northern one was canceled. The one for Lake Charles was just canceled. Or allowed to expire, I should say. And the one west of Cottonport, I believe, was also just allowed to expire. Update on Mississippi. Not really much to update you on right now. Again, we got this large line of thunderstorms that is pushing east about 40 miles per hour, so it should reach the Mississippi-Louisiana border within the next probably 45 minutes to an hour near the Natchez area, and Vicksburg probably about an hour from now to see anything. Jackson's still about 2 hours, I want to say, away, probably around about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. Hattiesburg and Gulfport, you guys are still well over 2 hours from now, but this line will continue to push east. The tornado threat is probably peaking now, and it's kind of peaked over the last couple of hours. It will continue for the next several hours, but we've definitely already reached the peak. I think there's definitely still a possibility of tornadoes, but not nearly as intense as what we've been dealing with for the last 2 hours. I mean, we've been dealing with over 5 tornado warnings for a long time. So Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking south of KPOE right now, it's not a tornado or anything, but it's still pretty cool on radar. I can see a lot of gravity waves ongoing behind our convection here. This just means, like, there's just differences in the velocity of the clouds, but it is a cool look on a radar nonetheless.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. I was going to sit down in my chair, but my cat is sitting here. My cat, I was literally trying to go back to sitting mode, and my cat was just sitting there. She does not want me streaming, I don't think. Oh, my bad, Riley. NATOcast? NATOcast is interesting.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll go to that tornado warning in a second. NATOcast is basically an experimental tool for tornadoes. Uses the Storm Prediction Center's probabilities and colors for the most part. And it actually shows a little 10% area right there in southern Mississippi. So we'll see if anything pans out tonight, but it's a very large 5%. It's kind of sus. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Villa Platte, Opelousas. You guys are now included in this tornado warning. That's going to be just southwest there of Villa Platte. So seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are inside of this tornado warning. Hey, Joey, for the super chat. So no debris signature right now. Rotation's definitely on the moderate side, probably right around a 5 out of 10 on the scale. That is, again, tracking east currently in the direction of Port Bar. Opelousas. 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 Yeah, we're not getting that one, but it was a good try. Again, tornado warning again from Ville Platte, Louisiana. I do want to remind you guys that, again, severe weather is nowhere near done. Again, we have a large 5% tornado risk, and in fact, we've only gotten about maybe 30 to 40% through our tornado risk for today. It's actually kind of crazy. This 5% tornado risk goes all the way into Hattiesburg, Gulfport, and New Orleans. It is a huge area. So, yeah, we are very far away from this tornado threat even being done. Again, this is a 5% tornado risk. This is the second lowest tornado risk you can statistically get from the Storm Prediction Center. And if you guys haven't heard, we actually have new Storm Prediction Center criteria and outlooks coming to be, I believe it starts March 1st or somewhere around March 1st. We'll have more details on that once it actually comes out, and we'll try to explain it to you the best way we can. We're actually going to be in a meeting, I think, with the Storm Prediction Center, kind of getting a bit more of a detailed explanation of what all these new changes will mean. So once those all come out, we'll kind of give you a breakdown. Might even make a video, like an educational video about it. Did the rain hit the wildfire yet? I believe it did. Or it is as we speak. Here's the wildfire. Yeah, it's hitting it now. So again, if you're just tuning in and didn't already see this, there's a tornado warning in addition to there being a wildfire west of Grand Lake. And you can see over the last few scans that wildfire has gotten absorbed by this line of thunderstorms. Pretty cool stuff. No fire-nado, though. The rotation's pretty far to the south, and even then it's not very strong. The studio is so incredibly hot. I'm turning down my AC. I need to get a separate AC just for the studio. It's unbelievable how hot it gets in here. Is Tennessee going to have any tornadoes this season, do you think? I don't know what season you're talking about. If you're talking about winter, maybe. If you're talking about spring, like almost 100% yes. Like it happens almost every winter. Thank you, Buford, for the $10 super chat. Alpelousas and Bar is pronounced Barry. Man, I need to get, like, I don't know what I need to be able to remember all this stuff. There are just so many town names that you have to remember. Alapalouse. All right, so if you're in Alapalouse, you are under a tornado warning. Again, no tornado as of right now. Rotation's gotten a bit stronger. The one that's actually over here, this one's interesting. We're going to get a new tornado warning probably for this in a minute. This is a northeastern moving area of rotation near Marksville. It's east of Alexandria right now in Louisiana. And the rotation right now is pretty moderate. Not that strong, but it's about to move outside of our tornado warning. So I would anticipate that we will see a new tornado warning here in a moment for those out here. North Point, Vic, Monterey is in the path of this, and also Jonesville will eventually be in the path of that rotation. Got a couple of little areas of rotation also west of Cottonport. Not very strong, but a little bit of rotation there. Gulfport, Mississippi, should I stay up? I don't think you need to stay up for this threat tonight. I would just have ways to receive alerts. I definitely would say, like, again, if you're anywhere in southern Mississippi, western Mississippi, especially in this region here, you definitely want to make sure that if you go to bed in the next 30 minutes or whenever you're going to bed, make sure that you have a weather radio. If you have a weather radio, have that ready to go. If you have any sort of, you know, like, if you're basically anywhere in this area, you want to have a weather radio, you want to have your phone ready to go, have ways to receive alerts. There could be tornado warnings overnight tonight, and they could catch you by surprise. And if your phone's dead for some reason, you don't get an alert, you're going to be shocked. All right, that's basically the easiest way to put it. So make sure that you know your plan for tonight. especially in case we end up getting some tornado warnings overnight, which will happen, by the way. It will happen. New tornado warning. We just talked about this. Marksville is now included in a brand new tornado warning. That rotation is a little bit stronger here on this latest scan. That is near Marksville. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. On the rotation scale, we're at a medium stage, right around a 5 out of 10. And we have another velocity scan coming in now, and it's basically right around a 5, maybe even down to a 4 now. Rotation's definitely on the medium side of things, but stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. This will be a new CWA region, which basically means a new National Weather Service office would have to issue the following tornado warning. So, south of Jonesville, we may end up getting a different tornado warning there, as that'll be moving into a new National Weather Service office region. Further down to the south near Lake Arthur and Lake Charles, again, these two tornado warnings, mostly wind. There's really not a whole lot of rotation currently. The one near Lake Arthur, in my opinion, really didn't have to be warned for a tornado. The rotation's very weak for right now. It's down to about a 1, maybe a 2 for rotation, so very low chance this tries to produce a tornado in the short term, going towards Esterwood. The one that's back down towards Grand Lake is also fairly weak, maybe about a 2 out of 10 on the scale, so fairly weak rotation. The one that's going towards Alapalusas, south of Ville Platte, is also on the weaker side, probably about a 3 or 4. So again, broad rotation currently, tracking to the east, going towards I-49 and 190. Still stay in your safe place, though, again, if you're in any of these tornado warnings. And then the strongest rotation currently is near Marksville. All right, let's go ahead and look at some of your photo and video submissions. Can somebody approve and deny them? All right, never mind. We'll look at those in a second. Let's go over to Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. They are still out there on I-10. These are the conditions currently if you are traveling. The wind is mostly just strong on the leading edge of the line at this point. It's not a widespread area anymore, but it will be tracking all down I-10 over the next few minutes. See how intense the wind is here. Plenty of lightning as well. Does Cheese Curd like boxes? She does. So we'll be keeping an eye on them. They're kind of on the backside of that tornado warning still, with, again, very weak rotation currently over Jennings. Rotation's a bit stronger aloft. Near the surface, it's been pretty weak. Any large balls of ice? There is really not a whole lot of hail right now. Wow. All right, we got a couple new photos and videos coming in from you guys. This is from Pearland, Texas. This is some of the damage in Pearland. That is a staircase to an apartment building, which is actually, or I think that's actually the motel. This is a report that we did see on the Radar Omega app with damage to a staircase. That's in by David over Pearland. This is also in Calashoo Parish, Louisiana. Large tree branch over the road from the tornado-warned area that passed through Vinton earlier. I think Tornado Pagey passed in front of my house. They might have. They might have. Storm chasers are out there. I had somebody comment in chat earlier that they thought Ryan Shull went right down the road, so it's possible. And if you have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. There is a QR code on your screen that you can scan if you're watching on TV. There's also a link right here on your screen as well. If you have any photos and videos. Let's go back over to live radar here. So let's put slot 3. Go and put, or slot 2. Ryan Shull. There we go. Thank you, Ziva, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the updates in Alexandria. Glad I can help. Yeah, Alexandria, again, I think you guys are pretty much done. There is still a severe warning here, but the rotation's well off to your east now. There really wasn't a whole lot there to begin with. It was pretty quiet. The rotation was pretty much dead by the time I got there, so that's good news. There's still some rotation off to your east. Generally speaking, this rotation is very broad. It's even actually gotten broader near Marksville over the last several minutes, so that's good news. And hopefully that continues. But this line of storms, I am a little concerned that it'll try to organize again once it gets closer to Jackson. So we need to keep a very close eye on that. But we're kind of in a lull right now in terms of our strongest area of rotations, because, again, a lot of the rotation that we're seeing across the board has been pretty weak. We will be back down to 4 tornado warnings in about 3 minutes, by the way. In about 3 minutes, we'll be back down to about 4 tornado warnings. Is it true we're going to see snow in California? It is. Yeah, we're going to see snow in California, and we'll have a possibility of up to 100 inches of snow in the Sierra Nevada. Pretty big snow event coming there. And we will have a video tomorrow, obviously, on top of this stream, and possibly being live again tomorrow. But next week looks interesting. So we have this storm tonight, tomorrow. Severe weather will continue in the southeast tomorrow. By Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, a large winter storm is likely in the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, maybe even the Northeast. Behind that could be another winter weather event, but that one's a little bit more uncertain. And then from there, we might go in another dead period until the end of February. So looks like next week could be interesting in terms of the weather. Snow is definitely going to be more interesting than anything. The European model has a pretty good shot of possibly some blizzard conditions in the Midwest if we get enough snow Thursday into Friday. And we'll have another video, way more detail about that on Monday for sure, but also tomorrow. Hope Daytona doesn't get rained out. Well, the good news for Daytona, I know we have the Daytona 500 tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to get rained out. I don't know how long that race is. They've already moved it up an hour. But this is a line of thunderstorms, and this is a little bit easier to predict the timing since it's going to be a widespread rain shot for Florida. So tonight, again, line of storms will continue to push through Jackson, Gulfport, New Orleans. The timestamp's at the very top of your screen, so about 2 o'clock here, pictured for New Orleans, going towards Gulfport. By about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, line of storms will continue to push towards Crestview, Dothan, Panama City. Not really expecting a whole lot of a tornado risk, though, in terms of discrete cells, it looks like for right now. That was really the big thing for tomorrow. If we get any sort of discrete cells out in front of this line of thunderstorms, there would be a more elevated risk of even strong tornadoes. Currently, the odds of that don't look overly high. It looks like a line of thunderstorms, kind of a messy setup with a couple of tornadoes embedded in this line and damaging winds. And then once we go into the middle of tomorrow afternoon, this is by about 5, 6 o'clock, the line will be approaching Daytona. So I think Daytona will be fine until probably about 7 o'clock Eastern, and then after that, it gets kind of messy. But for right now, it's going to be a line of thunderstorms. Not really expecting much rain during the afternoon either. Could get a pop-up shower somewhere, but I don't think it'll be enough to really just cancel the race altogether or postpone it. Race will probably take 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, I think it'll be probably fine. Again, unless we get some crazy out of nowhere rain shower that develops and it's heavy for like multiple hours tomorrow afternoon, I think we'll be chilling. You approve the photos and videos. Hey, AF, become a member, welcome to the Velocities. This is the storm back over near Alapalooza, and this one's actually gotten a little bit stronger over the last minute or two. Got a little bit more rotation developing. That's heading towards Washington. This might be the one storm to watch right now. This one has the most intense rotation on radar. It's in a little bit of a radar hole, but strongest mid-level rotation that we're seeing currently across the board. The one that is located west of Crawley will likely not be issued into a new tornado warning. The one that's near the Gulf Coast, I don't think we're going to see a new tornado warning on that anytime soon. The rotation's got much broader. This will probably be the one storm to watch for here over the next 15-20 minutes. We have a couple more photos and videos. This is at the Lake Charles Regional Airport. We got flying trampolines. If you're a member of the channel, I think we have a trampoline emoji. Flying trampolines over in Calashoo Parish, Louisiana. Right at the Lake Charles Airport. Rip to the trampoline. This is one of the biggest hazards that we have during these severe weather events. This is at 9:03 p.m., so approximately 45 minutes ago, here on the southeast side of Lake Charles. Look at that street sign blowing all over the place. Very intense winds, to say the least. Hope that trampoline got clearance to land. True. Been a very interesting night so far. I mean, again, we went live like, you know, an hour or two, or we went live almost 3 hours ago now, but I didn't really expect anything like this. We've got a lot of tornado warnings tonight. Pretty crazy, to say the least. We still have 3. Granted, 2 of them I don't think need to be tornado warned anymore, but the one that's near Opelousas is definitely still something that should stay warned. The one back up here near Cottonport has just gotten really broad. And the other problem that we're going to be experiencing here, probably for about an hour, is that we are going to be between a lot of radar sites. There's no radar site like right here, for example. Our radar sites are located, we got one here, we got one here, bang, bang, bang. So these are our radar sites, and this is kind of a hole right here. So the problem with this setup is that these are embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms. And when that happens, a lot of the time, they don't pick up on the radar sites, you know, like that. Basically, it doesn't pick up far away, because what these beams, these radar sites, they're going up into the atmosphere. So they are going to be stretching from the ground here. So let's just say the radar beam at Alexandria is at 2K feet. And as it goes further and further away from the radar site, it's going to get higher and higher. So it's going to be looking higher up into the storm. And so we can't always see those rotations on the low levels. And a lot of the time with these QLCS tornadoes, they are mostly confined to the lowest 10,000, you know, 15,000 feet. And we can't always see that on a faraway radar site. And they're usually so small and micro that it's just hard to see. So that's going to be a problem once these storms cross closer to the Mississippi River Valley. But right now, this is probably the most concerning storm. And even then, I would say it's probably about a 4 out of 10 on the rotation scale. It's not tight or anything like that, but something that we need to continue to monitor in case it does try to drop a tornado. We need to install more radar sites. I don't know the last time that we got a radar site installed anywhere. I would say like the biggest thing for radar sites, like if the National Weather Service were to install even more, there's a pretty prominent radar hole right here. Like this entire area near El Dorado in Arkansas, Greenville, that's a big radar hole. There's another one that's smaller, but there's one here right along the Mississippi River Valley. There's one out here in East Texas. I think the most notable one, though, across the board is northern Missouri, southern Iowa. That one's a big radar hole. We also have one kind of in Kansas, but there's radar holes everywhere. There's actually a map that kind of shows you all the radar holes, too. This is the map. So these are all the different radar holes. And so you can see the Mississippi River takes the cake for a couple at least. We got some more significant ones, especially in northern Missouri. We got one in Maine, which, to be honest, like I think the last place we need a radar site filled at least would be Maine. West Coast has multiple holes, mostly because of all the mountains and elevation. Makes it a lot more difficult since, again, the radar cannot just go through a mountain. But yeah, Texas has 3, which is kind of surprising for it being a tornado alley. Thank you, Carrie, for becoming a member. A lot of people are asking me about Florida and the weather tomorrow. Again, I mean, it's like people are asking if it's going to be bad. Bad is kind of a term that can mean a lot of different things. And so, I mean, tomorrow I think it's going to be pretty much just a lot of rain. We'll have a line of storms. Almost everybody's going to see at least some sort of rain or storm activity. Lightning will be pretty frequent with some of those storms as well. But tornado risk is not that high. It's on the lower side of things. It's going to be very 50-50 in terms of if we see strong tornadoes or not. Like, there could be some strong tornadoes tomorrow. If we end up having discrete cells, the HRRR is not showing that at all right now. So I'm not overly concerned currently with strong tornadoes, but we'll have to wait and see what tomorrow morning brings us, because data can change. You know, the storms that are ongoing right now can change, and the HRRR is modeling basically off of what we have right now. But you can see tomorrow the HRRR is showing a large line of thunderstorms, and if this is the case, the strong tornado risk will be much lower. Our best tornado threat will be right here in the Big Bend, so right where my cursor is there. But generally speaking, the tornado parameter values tomorrow are also not as high as they were yesterday. So like this morning when we made our video, they were much higher. We have a very small little area where we could squeeze out a strong tornado tomorrow sometime around 4. Pretty good veering winds as well. Very strong low-level wind shear. So and we'll have to wait and see what happens. But not super confident we're going to have anything too crazy tomorrow. New severe thunderstorm warning was issued. New Iberia, Lafayette, Abbeville, Crawley. You guys are all included in this. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. So again, this line is currently pushing to the east, producing plenty of wind. I just said something about the Rufus. For those that are wondering about like the Rufus model, yeah, like it's a model that does show a lot of stuff, but a lot of the time, like what the Rufus shows is overperformed. Like it's basically overperforming scenarios. When it comes to severe weather, a lot of the time it'll show very intense setups where there's tons of discrete supercells. It probably does show that same thing tomorrow, but we only use it for like high-res modeling on 48 hours, at least my channel. Like we'll only use it for that, so it just kind of depicts what's going to happen. But a lot of the time it does overhype events, and it's not usually that accurate. But it's getting better. It was very bad last year. It's gotten a little bit better. It's not great, but it's doing better. Hey, Tao, for the super chat, I think people are asking because of the Daytona 500. Yeah, the Daytona 500, again, will mostly be affected after sunset. And, I mean, the race should be done by the time the storms get there, with them moving it up an hour. Thank you, Mello, for the $10 super chat. Southern Alexandria, Louisiana, checking in. Had a band of heavy rain and lots of wind and lightning come through about 20 minutes ago. Still, lots of rumbles of thunder. Yeah, well, at least it's improving. I mean, again, Alexandria is basically done. I think the biggest concern will be down the road. Once these storms get closer to the Mississippi River Valley, Baton Rouge as well could be included in that. One thing I want to point out is that, you know, this line of storms is still trying to drop tornadoes, obviously. We did have a small tightening just a moment ago, east of 115. This is located near North Point, Louisiana, tracking towards the Mississippi River. We do still have an active tornado warning for this. Most of this has been broad, but we've had brief attempts, at least, of new tornadoes trying to drop. And this is going to be an ongoing thing all night tonight. It's not really going anywhere. It'll get a lot less bad, you know, after about 3 in the morning, but that's still a ways away from now. Good shout out to Hunter for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. We have a couple new damage reports coming out of a couple different locations. We have one in Ball, Louisiana. That is in Rapids Parish, where there are trees down. So that's on the north side of Alexandria. And over in Cheneyville, Louisiana, there is a roof that was blown off of a home, according to the 911 call center. That is not what you want to see. We've had no damage reports yet in Lake Charles, which is good news. So hopefully it stays like that. Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat. Do you think it'll weaken as it gets closer to Covington, Louisiana, just north of Lake Pontchartrain? I think is how you say it. I think generally across the board, this line is going to get a lot weaker by then. I think we'll have probably another spike of tornado warnings in about 30 minutes to an hour. Once this crosses over the Mississippi River. Wind shear is still pretty strong right now. Line of storms is not super organized, but if it can organize in the next half hour to an hour, we should have a pretty good window of tornadoes again this evening once this gets closer to Jackson and as well as Vicksburg. Tornado watch that we have in effect goes until 2 a.m. Central Time. They may issue a new tornado watch depending on the evolution of this line of thunderstorms for those in Gulfport and Hattiesburg. That is to be seen, though, for right now. We don't know if that's going to happen. Is Baton Rouge at risk? You guys are at risk. There are no tornado warnings in Tallahassee right now. I don't know who is saying that, but there are no tornado warnings in Tallahassee. I don't even know if we have a single raindrop in Florida currently. It is, well, maybe over in Pensacola, but like there's basically nothing happening. There could be a tornado watch tomorrow, which is different, but that'd be late tomorrow morning into the afternoon hours. I'm in Lafayette and worried. I don't be too worried. I think the biggest concern is going to be damaging winds. There really has not been a whole lot of rotation in this line. The only reason why I'd be concerned is that we still have a little bit of an inflow trying to come into this area that we've had a tornado, possibly a tornado in earlier when it was over Lake Charles, but there's still a little inflow trying to wrap around our hook here. And so there may be a low-end tornado potential for Lafayette still. It's definitely not zero, that's for sure. New severe thunderstorm warning for Woodville, Mississippi, and New Roads in Louisiana.
A new tornado
for 60 mile per hour damaging winds with a tornado possible tag. Back up to 4 tornado warnings. This one's for Avoyelles, Evan, Galeen, and St. Landry parishes. So that'll be near the Opelousas, Port Barry, and Melville areas. This has really been the only one that's really been that strong here this entire time. It's at least been, not strong, but at least moderate rotation. If you're in Washington, Port Barry, Palmetto, Melville, you need to be getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. And rotation on a rotation scale has been right around a 4 this entire time, pretty much. Granted, it's also kind of in a radar hole right now, so can't really visibly see it on radar as clearly as we want to, but definitely could drop a tornado as it crosses over Interstate 49. Also, we got a little couplet that's attempting to develop right near the Gulf Coast right now. This is near White Lake Wetlands State Conservation Area. So that is tracking right over White Lake. We could get a little waterspout action. We'll be heading towards Baldwin and Franklin in the long term. Really not a whole lot of places here, but there's at least a little bit of rotation there tracking east. They will not continue the tornado warning for Crawley. That one's going to expire in 2 minutes. And then the one up here near Marksville doesn't look like they're going to extend this one either. If I had to guess, we'll probably get a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area. So Natchez as well as Jonesville may get a new severe thunderstorm warning here shortly for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Likely going to see a tornado possible tag attached to that as well. Gator NATO. Could we get a Gator NATO down there along the Gulf Coast? Should I go to the bathroom in Baton Rouge? If you have to, you gotta go. But you're not under any sort of warnings right now. Almost under one. Almost under a severe warning. I usually have people asking if I have to go, can I go to the bathroom or whatever in my chat, so that's a new one. This is what Storm Chaser Tornado Page is looking at. They're on that storm that's going towards Lafayette right now. So there's a lot of lightning.
There's a lot of lightning.
Why does your hair look like a ridge? What does that even mean? It looks fine. My hair's not long enough. I need it to be longer. Have you drank your water? I've been drinking water. Stay hydrated, thank you. I am. We got a brand new, like, I can't show you, well, maybe I can. I'm gonna take a photo of it. So, if you guys look at my camera, I got this brand new, like, water system. And so I basically have, like, 5-gallon waters that I can just refill. And it makes it pretty easy, actually, to, you know, get water now. Instead of having to, like, go down, like, basically, instead of going to, like, my fridge that's on my right and get plastic water bottles and just use a ton of those, it makes it easier that I can just have this 5-gallon thingy here. We do have a new tornado warning. We're now back up to two tornado warnings. Might be the Gulf Coast one. Oh, nope. They actually did issue a tornado warning for Crawley and rain again. All right, well, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. So if you're in Crawley, Lafayette, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Both of our storm chasers are inside of this tornado warning. I'm kind of surprised by this one, too.
New tornado warning!
Tracer Ryan Scholl's also on this as well.
I literally was not expecting that in any sort of way. I really thought they would have expired it. Yeah, just new tornado warning. I guess I get it, though. You know, I'm actually...
Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a member.
Complain. Also, I think it's better for them to warn it anyways, instead of people not having that. I'm still gonna go to that Love's no matter what here, because I do want gas. I'm at a quarter tank here.
Yeah.
I feel a lot more comfortable running my tank lower, especially if I'm like on the interstate, because like.
So that is Storm Chaser Ryan. She'll keep an eye on him. Tornado Pagey has their camera looking back at that area of rotation.
You have a pretty good view for a minute. looks spooky. Yeah.
Huge shout out to Michael for the 50 stars on Facebook. Appreciate that. I don't really look at Facebook much. We're actually live on there too. I do appreciate you stars.
Oh, shush.
Hey, Pettis to the 21 months.
I know. It just got real foggy.
Yep, going back out where it was 59 in there.
Don't forget, by the way, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. We've been covering Louisiana a lot here recently. Again, this is a very common ground that we've been doing severe weather coverage for here recently. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Faraday, Natchez, as well as west of Fayette, right along the Mississippi River Valley. This is going to be 60 miles per hour with a tornado possible tag. There's a little bit more rotation developing east of Marksville again, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's going to be crossing over the Mississippi River here in a minute. And I'll be tracking up into southwest Mississippi over the next few minutes. Thank you, Atrium, for the $10 super chat. If you had a choice to cover between the safest part of your house or in your car in the lowest level of a concrete parking garage, which would you choose? Well, it depends on the parking garage, how big it is. It also depends on what the safest place in my house is. That's a very, it's a very broad question because I don't know the scenario of each one. He's sailing the sky for the 19 months. I'm on Mars. Will this affect me? Wasn't Katy Perry going to Mars or something? Hey, Adrian, for the super chat. Tell Cheese Curd that I love her. She's
A new tornado warning has been
she's
issued.
actually sleeping on my router right now. You can't actually. Can you see it? Maybe you can. She's right there. She's sleeping on my router. Bro is just sleeping on top of my router. We have a new tornado warning. This is back down towards the Gulf Coast. This is the White Lake Wetlands State Conservation Area. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. It's a very rural area. I don't even know if there's that many people here. I'm going to see what the number is. Actually, almost 1,400 people in this warning. It's a little bit larger than I expected. There's a place called Forked Island. That is really the main location that is in the path of a possible tornado that would be embedded on a line of thunderstorms. The router is warm. I'm aware. The router is definitely warm with how much internet usage we have right now. We are obviously live, and we have another computer. We have two computers on. So this room gets hot very easily. That's the problem. We need a like an AC just for this room or something. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one interesting trend that we're seeing right now isn't actually for today, but it's for tomorrow. So our convection is a little bit ahead of schedule and quicker than what we thought it was going to be in terms of how fast it was going to move off to the east, and that is going to significantly impact tomorrow's severe weather event. So we've talked about that 5% tornado risk a few different times now, but it now looks like that event is going to be a lot less significant just because the storms are getting there earlier. We're not going to have as much sun ahead of that convection tomorrow, so we're not going to get as good as an environment. So we're seeing an overall downtrend in terms of tornado potential. So there's a lot of you watching who've been asking what's going to go on for tomorrow. I do think on the good impacts of today is going to be less of a tornado threat tomorrow in places like Valdosta, Panama Beach, and Jacksonville, Florida.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So hopefully that trend continues. I mean, if this line of storms is going to stay ahead of schedule, that would technically mean that our severe weather threat tomorrow would not be nearly as concerning. Also, the storm that is approaching Lafayette, Louisiana, the latest scan still showing a little bit of rotation, and I wouldn't say this is that strong. There's enough there for a tornado, though. All right, so there's just enough for a possible tornado here. About a 3 or 4 out of 10 on our velocity scale, so not very intense, but it's something that we're still watching. It's embedded in our line of thunderstorms, and keep in mind, the further away we get from the radar site, the harder it's going to get to see that rotation on radar, since it's mainly in the low levels. We have a couple areas of rotation inside of our southern tornado warning, heading toward Forked Island. And then the one back up near Fort Berry is a broad area of rotation. It's pretty contaminated right now, but broad rotation near Interstate 49 heading towards Melville. So we got a little bit of rotation also that's going to be approaching the Mississippi River northwest of Woodville in Mississippi. This is Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. They are on the tornado warning near Lafayette right now. Keeping an eye on Scholl, too. I think he's still on the interstate. So if he gets off the interstate, we'll go to him in a second. I think he actually just did, so we'll have an eye on him in a second. Visual will probably be one of our best ways to see if there's a tornado at this point on this storm, since it's in a radar hole.
There's 3 tornado warnings now. The one to our south towards Beecher.
Is Baton Rouge at risk? You guys are in the path of this line, so I would say yes. You are technically at risk of this line of thunderstorms.
For your destination. That way? Heck yeah, dude.
Alright, Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl getting some gas. I'll keep an eye on him. Hey, Jeff for the 8 months. From Michigan, I'm not ready for tornado coverage for another 2 months, but I'll take it. Yeah, you guys got some time. You are chilling. Latest scan showing a little tightening over Ebenezer. Country Lakes and Westbrook Estates will be in the path of that. Here's a little zoomed out view of our entire line of thunderstorms right now. I need dinner. I haven't gotten dinner yet. We've been live this entire time. Dinner did not happen. We went live. You have to figure out DoorDash. What kind of food am I getting tonight? It's already 11 o'clock here in Florida. I don't know what's open at this point. Might just be chalked. Might be Taco Bell or something. Hey, Rachel, for the super chat. East of Baton Rouge. Yeah, I mean, anywhere in Baton Rouge, we're mainly talking about a damaging wind risk. There's not really a whole lot of a... the tornado risk is low. It's not 0, but it's definitely going to be lower by the time this line gets to you. What's up, Brady? I might need one. I'm not going to lie. Any pizza places open? I have no clue. Pizza doesn't sound bad, though. Yeah, I also got Cook Unity meals, and we're not, like, this is not an ad for Cook Unity, but I actually, like, we have done a Cook Unity ad. We have another one coming up on one of our videos, but their meals are actually really good. Like, they're super convenient. Yeah, not an ad, but, like, I might even have one of those. I don't know. I can just microwave it and it's done. For those asking, if you're in a tornado warning, you want to make sure that you are in your safe place. I know some people are asking, like, if I'm in a certain location, should I go to my safe place? If you're in a tornado warning, yes. If you're in a severe warning, you should at least be away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That way you're not getting hit by flying debris if there is a tornado. Or damaging winds. Even straight line damaging winds can send debris flying. Aruna, you reach out via email for that. Are you gonna be live at midnight? We'll see. If the weather's active enough, we will be. We'll have to wait and see. Hey, Reggie, for the super chat. A little something for dinner. Appreciate that. I'm probably getting Taco Bell, to be honest. Need something, like, somewhat fast. Is Oklahoma at risk? You guys are not at risk. Yeah, our severe weather threat, I know the thumbnail shows a larger area. That was our risk earlier. But our severe weather risk is mostly now confined to the Gulf Coast and the Deep South. All right, so our slight risk is still ongoing. Houston's done, though. Galveston is done. But if you're in New Orleans, Gulfport, Hattiesburg, you guys are still nowhere near done. I mean, we got an entire line of thunderstorms rolling towards you guys, and severe weather is not, I would say, likely, but it's at least possible overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. And as a reminder, severe weather does not stop tonight. It will continue into tomorrow. We got a slight risk of severe weather for Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Valdosta. We got a large marginal threat for Orlando, Florida. We got Daytona Beach, where the Daytona 500's happening. We got it for New Orleans, Macon, Georgia. All of you are included in at least a marginal threat of severe weather. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They are live inside of that Lafayette tornado warning. So here's what it looks like right now. And if we get any good flashes of lightning, we could see a wall cloud, maybe some sort of shelf cloud.
Wind is already here.
Yep, I see it.
wind hasn't really hit them yet. If you look bottom right of your screen, this is the little storm, little hook on it. Not much, but just a little bit, a little inflow too. Do the discovery box, Riley. Hey, Steve, for the $10 super chat. What parameters go into wind rotation assessments? I mean, if you're talking about like our scale, that has more just to do with like eyeballing it. There's not really a whole scientific thing that we've done with our velocity scale. Like, it's not like it's based off of X, Y, and Z. But when it comes to like velocities and like just wind in general on radar, it's all measured via the winds at a certain point. So I mean, like when we're looking at our radar site here, you know, this is looking a couple thousand feet up into the air, and so what we're seeing here are winds a little bit aloft. Doesn't always translate to the ground, but a lot of the times it can. So yeah, that's basically how that's measured. But our velocity scale, more than anything, is more of just kind of an assessment that we're making on our stream. Based off of whatever, you know, the velocities look like. So, I mean, for example, this right here, in my opinion, would be a 2 out of 10. It's a pretty broad area of rotation. Again, our scale is based off of broad, moderate, and strong rotation, and there being a tornado on the ground. So this one's on the broader side. The one that's down here would be closer to about a 5 out of 10, a little bit stronger, right over White Lake. But granted, it's over a lake right now. It'd be more of a waterspout threat. So, yeah. Hey, Wendy, for the super chat, get Cajun food, eat based on the cuisine of whichever area you're choosing. That's actually a kind of a cool idea. So for now on, we're just going to order food during these streams, specifically for wherever. Oh, look at that cloud of ground lightning that Paige just had. That was crazy.
Icy.
It was right in front of them. Just get the cuisine for wherever we're covering. That's actually not a bad idea. That's cool. Hey, Michael, for the 50 stars on Facebook.
Coastal City looks pretty tornado-y.
That'd be a water spout.
And I just Popeyes? No, we're not doing Popeyes. I got Popeyes for lunch. I was waiting 40 minutes for my food. It was absolutely terrible.
I mean, in all honesty, it might be already. That looks like a bayou.
Is it now?
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, for the $20 super chat. Has there been a 2026 tornado outbreak or outlook released? There's been like independent outlooks. There's nothing really official though. I mean, we haven't released one. We don't usually do tornado outlooks for, you know, any year in particular. Pretty difficult to forecast that type of stuff. Sometimes it's just a guessing game too. But yeah, we haven't done anything, and I don't plan on doing it either. Usually it's independent sources that do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what Tornado Pagey is currently looking at. Again, just raining right now. We got a little broad area of rotation off to the west of Lafayette. That is moving east. Hey, Kyle, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Astro, the super chat. How's the one near the White Lake area? Yeah, the White Lake one, it's been a bit stronger. The last couple scans going back to broad. Had a little intensification right over the lake. It's about to move back onto land. Again, the odds of this producing a tornado down the road don't look super high right now, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Abbeville, New Iberia are next in track of this, but again, does not look that concerning right now. This over in Palmetto. This is our other tornado warning northwest of Crouch Springs. This one's been on the broader side of things over the last several minutes, a little bit more contaminated. Baton Rouge, again, not under any sort of warning as of now, but will likely be added into a new warning here relatively soon for damaging winds. Across the board, though, our tornado threat is kind of at a standstill. Haven't really had any definitive tornadoes here in quite a bit. I think the one that's been the closest was that one down towards the Gulf Coast over the last several minutes. Riley, I can do it on my PC, so you can use that one.
If anything was to happen, it'd be right here.
Mm-hmm. Sure would.
Max get Culver's, not Taco Bell. Max lose some weight over the break. Did I? I don't know. You guys didn't see, actually, we haven't been live in a while, so you might have not seen this, but I was at a convention last weekend. I don't feel like many of you probably saw this. Maybe you did, I don't know. I had it on my my tabs on Facebook or had it on Facebook and Twitter. I think I had a couple posted on YouTube as well. But these are some of the photos from this past weekend. I was actually on a Fox Weather interview. It was live. I didn't even know it was live, to be honest. I just knew I was doing an interview. I didn't know it was live. But we had a photographer actually take some of these really good photos while I was at the summit. Met Storm Chaser Jaden Pappenheim. Tornado TRX will be working with him here over the next several months. He is a pretty popular YouTuber, actually. He hasn't done live chasing content, but he will be soon. Met him. That is Storm Chaser and meteorologist Matthew Capucci from My Radar. Edgar O'Neill will be working with him pretty closely here pretty soon as well. And everybody knows this guy, Reed Timmer. So, yeah, I met a bunch of people. I was also on a panel for about an hour with a bunch of meteorologists, just a bunch of people across the board. Matthew Capucci, Reed Timmer was on this. I was on it. Multiple other people as well. Eric Fox, Brady Harris. You know, just an entire panel basically going over where the weather space is going as a whole, kind of inspiring the future generation of meteorologists and storm chasers. Here's another photo with Reed Timmer. That's Riley as well. So, yeah, again, very fun experience. I was there for about 4 days in Colorado. My nose bled probably about 5 different times. Elevation change absolutely killed me, but, you know, we're doing better. So, yeah, pretty cool experience. And this is my weather studio when I was there. We only made one video when I was there, but this is our weather studio. I don't know if you noticed what we had to prop up my laptop on, but there weren't very many options. This is literally the only one. So, and also for anybody that I met there, it was really fun meeting everybody out there. I mean, I literally met probably about 500 different people at least. It was an enormous amount of people. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Like, I had a meet and greet on Friday and just a bunch of other stuff. Like, literally, it was no less than 500 people. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey in Lafayette.
A new tornado warning.
Well, we have another tornado warning. This one will be for Point Coupe and West Feliciana parishes in Louisiana. Wait for it to pop up here in a second. Got a lot of tornado warnings tonight. In case you're just tuning in, coming off of work, coming out of your Valentine's Day festivities, we are now sitting at 4 tornado warnings again. We peaked at 9 earlier, the most tornado warnings that we've had so far this month and this year in 2026. And there's the new one. So it's actually north of Baton Rouge. This will be back over near Melville, New Roads, and St. Francisville. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so just sort of going to do a quick walkthrough of what we're looking at throughout the remainder of tonight as well as into tomorrow. So right now we do still have those 4 tornado warnings, and this is basically covering all of the areas of rotation we have right now. But throughout the rest of the night, we're basically looking at any of these areas where we could see a little kink in the line pop up in terms of tornado potential. It does look like this was probably going to be something that continues throughout the entire night into parts of Mississippi and Alabama. New Orleans, you're probably looking at this around 4 to 5 hours from now. We did just get a continuation of our tornado warning in Vermilion Parish as well. But this is going to be something that continues on. We're probably going to see another extension of our tornado watch further off to the east. And then moving into tomorrow, that is going to push more tornado watches into places like Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So I do think we're probably going to be under tornado watches for quite a few hours here. Looking at tomorrow's forecast and what we can talk about in terms of that, it looks like much the same setup that we had today, where we have morning convection that's going to be causing our storms later on in the day and sort of being the fuel, that initiation source for that convection. And the big thing that I have my eye on for tomorrow is any instability that can pop up in front of this line. That'll be where we're the most likely to see a few tornadoes. So taking a look at the HRRR, we can see that there's a lot of instability ahead of that line, but there's also instability behind that line. So where we do see potential cold core storms happen in parts of Georgia, that is somewhere that we could see a few cold core tornadoes as well. That was something we talked about today in Oklahoma. It didn't really come to fruition, but it could happen tomorrow. Also, we did just get our first tornado warning in Mississippi. That is for Wilkinson County in Mississippi. I will let you go ahead and talk about that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So there is a brand new tornado warning. This is the first one of the night, definitely not the last. In southwestern Mississippi, near Woodville, that's tracking towards Wilkinson. So stronger area of rotation. Now tracking towards Doloroso, Crosby, and Rosetta. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to your interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Eventually going towards Bude and Roxy. So, again, tornado threat is nowhere near done at this point. Again, we are going to be dealing with hours on end of tornado warnings. We're back up to 5 tornado warnings. It still looks like an army of tornado warnings marching to the east right now. And, again, it's nowhere near done. Where's everybody tuning in from? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. Yeah, all the tornado warnings that we currently have, they're all radar indicated, so nothing confirmed right now. For those that are wondering, nothing confirmed on the ground, but again, we could still see tornadoes at any time. I think the one near Melville is probably the one that is the closest to doing so. The one near Lafayette has been very weak. That tornado warning for Lafayette expires in 5 minutes. This is what it looks like in Lafayette right now. This is Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. Some water. Water thing's clutch. Hey, Diaries for the $10 super chat. My daughter asked me when I mentioned the Gulf effect snow last week. Is it salty versus Lake Michigan effect? Is there more? There's more salt in the Gulf, that's for sure. But it is Gulf. We did have a little bit of Gulf effect snow. It was very light, though. There wasn't anything significant. It's just very light across the board. Okay, that's what it looks like right now. There, this is also a live shot. This is the Radar Omega camera in Lafayette. This is on the southeast side of Lafayette, specifically in Brozard, Louisiana. It's moving pretty quick out here. We should have a pretty good view of shelf cloud in about half an hour, or maybe less than half an hour, probably about 15 minutes from now. Thank you, Valiant, for becoming a member. Let's go ahead and take you back through all of our different areas of rotation. Also diving into our rotation scale, beginning with our most southern tornado warning. This one's back down towards the Gulf Coast south of Abbeville. Again, rotation's been fairly broad on this storm, not very strong right now, probably about a 3 to 4 out of 10. So generally speaking, moderate rotation, tracking towards intercoastal city. We have another one near Lafayette that has been very weak. Again, I don't really fully know why this is still tornado warned, but a very weak area of rotation on the south side of Scott that is approaching the Lafayette airport. It'll eventually go towards Parks, basically paralleling I-10 towards Baton Rouge. The one northwest of Baton Rouge has been a little bit more concerning. There's actually a little bit more of an uptick of lightning on this storm too. If we can get the radar site here, you can kind of see the rotation from the western radar site. The eastern one also has a pretty good view of it. This one's a bit stronger. Granted, we're in a radar hole. At least moderate rotations ongoing over Melville, and that is currently tracking towards New Roads, eventually going towards St. Francis. I do think this has the best chance of producing a tornado right now, so if you're in New Roads, definitely stay in your safe place. And then our most northern tornado warning, which is back over in Mississippi, is not overly strong, kind of on the moderate side as well, heading towards Highway 61. That will eventually go towards Roxy, Meadville, and as well as Bude in about 30 minutes or so. And our tornado threat should continue to increase as these storms do march over the Mississippi River and eventually into Mississippi. Most concerning storm, though, again, right now is the one definitely northwest of Baton Rouge. There, a handful of letters for the super chat. String cheese. String cheese actually doesn't sound bad right now. Had there been any tornadoes? We at least had, I think, 3 radar-confirmed tornadoes, maybe more. But we've probably had upwards of 6 or 7, if I had to guess by now. We don't have an exact count. We won't really until tomorrow. But, yeah, we've definitely had our fair share of tornadoes here today for this event. Hey, lovely for the 8 months of being a member. Hey, Chris, for the super chat, watching from Maurice, Louisiana. Loving the stream. Appreciate the live updates. So I appreciate you tuning in. It's crazy how many people we can reach. Again, we've even today reached like 22,000 people. Again, this is not a huge severe weather event by any means. I mean,
A new tornado warning has been
I say that we
issued.
got a tornado warning. It hasn't been like a huge severe weather event by any means, but we've had we at one point I think had 22,000 of you guys watching just at a given time, and I mean this has not been any short of being, you know, a pretty large scale amount of tornado warnings for sure, but at the same time, not that significant. I mean, we had a slight risk of severe weather going into today, so it's a 2 out of 5 on the scale. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette, and again, I don't know why we do, but we do have one. So if you're in Lafayette, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is tracking to the east towards 96, basically paralleling I-10. But again, I don't fully understand why we still have a tornado warning here. I don't know. Seems a little bit weird. Not really much there. The other 2 tornado warnings I understand. This one is just kind of random at this point. But we are in a radar hole, so who knows. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, have an update out of LaSalle County, Louisiana. Sounds like there's law enforcement reporting some damage to power lines as well as the roof being ripped off a small business.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's another one. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Includes the west side of Baton Rouge. That's Rosedale and Grosse Tete, who are included in that. The new tornado warning's down back towards the Gulf Coast. This is Route 82 near Abbeville, southwest of New Iberia. This is radar indicator rotation going towards intercoastal city. You get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. Hey, Brandon, for the 17 months. Also, Jane with the super chat saying, I am in Scott. Am I good? Where is Scott? I'll draw a line in a second, too, to give you an idea. Yeah, if you're in Scott, I would stay in your safe place for a few more minutes, but you should be fine by about 10:38 or so. If you are behind this white line, all right, I'm going to draw a white line here. If you're behind this white line, you're good. There you go. I'm not talking about looping around the world and then finding yourself here. That is not what I'm talking about. Just west of the line on this 2D map. Back over in Texas and western Louisiana, you're chilling at this point. It's gonna be, there'll be rain, there'll be a little bit of lightning, maybe a little bit of wind, but nothing severe really at this point. There's a loophole to saying anywhere behind this line, because technically you go around the globe. There's a look at the line of storms on the 3D view. You can also see this on the Radar Omega app. Got a little bit of convection that's actually gone up and out in front of this line. And then your main line of thunderstorms has been bowed out in certain areas, kind of have some of these kinks that have led to embedded tornadoes here throughout the evening. Hey, DB for the super chat. I'm in Lafayette. Am I okay? Lafayette should be done in about a minute or two. Again, I have no clue why we have a new tornado warning here. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see anything on radar. So, in my opinion, there's not much to be concerned about, but damaging winds should continue to be a threat. Rotation near intercoastal cities gotten just maybe a smidge stronger over the last scan. Not on the ground by any means, but a little bit stronger rotation on a little hook echo near 82. Fairly rural area here in Louisiana. It's going to be approaching the bay here soon. And really the Gulf, the ocean will be approached here soon. In some cases, these little storms can go over the water and intensify once they get back onto land. It's about 20,000 people actually included in this tornado warning. The one for Lafayette includes about 250,000, which, again, I'm not sure why that one is warned. For reference, this is what it looks like currently in Lafayette. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. We should have a shelf cloud view in a moment. Line of storms is quickly approaching Rosard, which is where this camera is located. It's on the southeast side of Lafayette, inside of the tornado warning. Thank you, Stephen, for becoming a member. Broussard, thank you. Tilt 1.3 on Lafayette has broad rotation. Yeah, it just looks very, very broad. I'm not really seeing a whole lot on radar. And this is ground truth of what's happening. On the east side of Lafayette, mostly just rain right now. Trying to get out in front of this storm. Hey, to Sean for the super chat. Yeah, across the board in Mississippi, again, the tornado risk is not that high. It's on the lower side of things. Currently in Mississippi, we do have one tornado warning, which will eventually go in the direction of Brookhaven. This is a line of thunderstorms. Not expecting a whole lot in the way of significant tornadoes here tonight, but a couple of tornadoes embedded in the line will be possible. Mostly a wind threat for right now. Even the tornado warning's been mostly just wind. Very broad rotation for right now. The one that's near New Roads, northwest of Baton Rouge, this one, again, has more of my attention. It's not strong, but it has a much better shot at producing a tornado once it gets closer to New Roads and Zachary. So we'll have to continue to keep an eye on this. But for right now, again, the main tornado threat is already kind of past us. Most of the tornadoes from here will be just embedded in the line. All right, we are pretty close to seeing that shelf cloud in the camera. I want to see if we can see it. Any PDS or tornado emergencies? We've had none of those today. Not surprised either. You don't usually have stuff like that on a day like today. Look, bottom right of your screen, the rotation's getting just a little stronger right now. Your new roads. I was kind of waiting to see if we could see that shelf cloud. I think we're looking towards it, if I'm not mistaken. No, we're still looking north. So off to the left, we should see a shelf cloud coming in. I'll go back to that in a second. What I was just pointing out, though, northwest of Baton Rouge, rotation on the latest scan just got a little bit stronger. This isn't tracking towards Baton Rouge. It'll stay north. If we're watching for a tornado risk in Baton Rouge, this is kind of the area to watch for. We have a tornado warning off to your west. Again, I don't really see much rotation with it, but that would be the storm to watch for. Pretty much just broad rotation right now in southwestern Mississippi as well. Nothing too crazy. All right, let's see if we can see the shelf cloud. Still waiting for it. Only a matter of time. Wind's starting to pick up, so we at least got some of the outflow winds coming in now. Thank you, Kim, for the super chat. Does solar weather affect Earth weather? Not really. No, it's not. I mean, there's all sorts of conspiracy theories and stuff like that, but like space weather and stuff like that doesn't really have a direct correlation to, you know, actual weather, like severe weather and stuff like that. Thank you, D1, for the super chat. What is the strongest rotation right now? Probably the one northwest of Baton Rouge. I think that is the shelf cloud right there. It's at the top of your screen. Not really impressive looking, but there is a shelf cloud up there. You can kind of see it. Very top of your screen there. And here comes the rain and also the lightning. I thought it would look a little bit more interesting than that. It's also nighttime. It's harder to see. Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Thank you for sharing them in Southwest Mississippi area. Peace. I appreciate that. By the way, we did break some history today. We end up having, over in Dallas, Texas, or the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, they measured 1.29 inches of rain today. Makes it the wettest Valentine's Day on record. Have you already talked about it? I did. You do a yearly subscription instead of monthly? We don't have, that would be YouTube. YouTube would control that sort of stuff. We don't have any way to do yearly subscriptions here, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would offer it. By the way, a cool little thing that we're working on, and I know we've showcased this in previous streams, but we are working on revamping our website. This is, again, not public yet, but it will be here probably by early March, if I had to guess. A lot of stuff is coming, but basically revamping our website with all the latest stuff. You can get all your latest weather information, the weather headlines as well, literally updating in real time. You can see it says tornado watches in Louisiana, Mississippi. Like, this is all updating in real time. And then we have all sorts of like details about what weather is ongoing today, tomorrow, whatever day it might be. Basically get your breakdown here in terms of your weather, just kind of the broad overview. Our videos go more in detail, obviously, and you can actually look at your location. Like, you could look up, like, this is Nashville, Tennessee. It shows you all the different weather here, and then it also gives you the local headlines, so whatever's coming to Nashville. And if we go over to like New Orleans, for example, which New Orleans is under a risk of severe weather, so if we do New Orleans, Louisiana, you can see, again, it gives you some details here. It also gives you the headlines: severe weather tonight with damaging winds and a tornado risk. And then it kind of shows you what else is coming up. So you also get more details on it every single day, too. So a lot of cool stuff is coming here. We also got like a winter breakdown sort of thing here, too. Obviously, winter's coming to an end here pretty soon, but you can actually see how much snow is going to fall just over the next couple of days. This is over in Mammoth Lakes, California. It's going to see 30 inches of snow. It gives you the probabilities of the high end, low end, all that sort of stuff. So this will be coming here pretty soon. We'll have a severe weather section, all sorts of stuff. Weather soundings. Just a lot of cool stuff coming. So it'll be kind of like a little hub for all your weather data. Hey, Tracy, for the super chat. Please don't forget about your pets, too. I agree. If you have any pets outside during this little severe weather outbreak that we're having today, make sure that you bring them in. This might be the greatest website of all time. That seems like an overkill, but maybe. What it looks like from Tornado Pagey. That's actually not Tornado Pagey. That is here, Lafayette. This is over on the east side of Lafayette, inside of that tornado warning. Were there any tornadoes today? We've at least had 3 or 4, probably more than that, though. Thank you, Dove, for becoming a moderate velocity member. How do you get the app? The app that I'm using on stream right now is Radar Omega. You can download that with the top link in the description.
I will talk about this new mesoscale discussion.
We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center.
You're watching from that area.
And Riley's going to come on and talk about that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this new tornado, or not tornado watch, so this new mesoscale discussion is actually what we were talking about just about 30 minutes ago, and this is for the next tornado watch. So the tornado threat is going to continue, even though the storms are starting to look a little more shaggy. The environment is still there for spin up tornadoes. So sometime within the next hour, the SPC says it right here, there will be an additional tornado watch issued. So it's probably going to be for basically all the areas that are circled within this. So we're talking about New Orleans, Gulfport, Hattiesburg, Columbia, Hazelhurst, and all the way over into Mobile, Alabama. You're going to be under a tornado watch soon. It's probably going to be the same sort of watch that we're under right now, in terms of a little bit lower on the intensity side of things, but a relatively high probability of tornadoes. And that's all because we're going to expect all these spin-up tornadoes to continue throughout the night. The one thing I want to touch on real quick is sort of how our QLCS is evolving as a whole. We're starting to see the front of this storm look a lot more ragged. As it becomes more ragged, we're going to see the intensity of the tornadoes and the frequency of the tornadoes start to die down just a little bit. We're starting to see a little bit of convection come off the Gulf and start to pop up in front of the line. That is making it harder for spin-up tornadoes to happen, and that's why we've seen a slight reduction in the frequency of these tornadoes, and that's probably something that's going to continue for just a little bit longer.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. It's a little bit more insight on what is happening tonight. I got my Taco Bell. A little excited for that. Will the website be free? It will. Yeah, again, the website that we're building, at least most of the stuff will be free. We're thinking about some things that we might experiment with, which actually would cost us a lot of money to do. And if that is the case, like, that stuff might end up being some sort of subscription or something like that. But for right now, nothing on there is going to cost money. So it's completely free. But there could be things that we actually implement that would be really helpful weather related. It's just like it has a huge cost for us. So if we end up doing that stuff, we would have to charge something. But man, that would be like down the road. That's nothing near what we're doing right now. It would probably be at least months until we did anything like that. That's what it looks like on the east side of Lafayette. They did cancel the tornado warning for Lafayette.
Embedded circulation, so you can't really see them. It's not going to look like a plane.
Does nobody else get excited when they get Taco Bell? Come on, guys.
These are Dixie Alley style. And they can happen in between scans. Looks like they let the warning go off there.
Tornado Pagey just drove by my house. Congratulations.
See that? Well, seems like a good time to end. Our tornado warning has expired.
Thank you, Zach, for becoming a member. Hey, Incon for the $5 super chat. I gotta be honest, Mardi Gras causes more environmental damage than some of these tornadoes. Appreciate the super chat. I don't know. I barely even know what Mardi Gras is. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's a big thing in New Orleans. I'm pretty sure, like every year. I don't know what they're doing. I didn't even know that thing was going on today until Riley brought it up. Nebraska hasn't gotten any snow yet. I gotta be honest, if we go over and look at the snow map, it might be kind of saddening. This is our seasonal snow map. Which again, this website's not public yet, but you'll be able to see this once it comes out. This is our seasonal snow map across the United States. Let's give it a second to load. Hey, Bob, for the super chat. You have to come to Mardi Gras? Why? I'll wait for that to load. Maybe it won't load. Maybe we're cooked. Oh, colors didn't load. It loaded, it just didn't load the colors. Let me try that again. Well, snuff up's not working. Doesn't show colors. Let me go to this one. So this is our total amount of snowfall this winter. There are portions of Nebraska that have had less snow than Florida. It's actually unbelievable. There's like this small little area here in the Sandhills that have seen literally nothing. We've had around an inch of snow just outside of Valdosta. We've had upwards of 3 to 4 in northeast Georgia, and then over here in Nebraska, there's been like a big hole of nothing. Actually crazy. So, yeah. We still have a little bit of rotation over new roads. Northwest of Baton Rouge, once again, in Louisiana. The rotation that's back down towards the Gulf Coast. Still got a couple couplets. They're about to go over the bay. Again, pretty broad right now. The tornado warning near Lafayette has been canceled. New damage report over in Rain, Louisiana, that a shed was blown away off of Ebenezer Road. And then northwest of Baton Rouge, again, this has been the main storm we've been keeping an eye on. Rotation's been broader over the last few scans. That is going to be coming up in the direction of Slaughter and Zachary. Quite the name. And then back over in southwestern Mississippi, rotation's been broader on this area of storm activity as well. I would probably assume they're not going to issue a new tornado warning on this south of Fayette, but we'll keep an eye on it. Broad rotation also near Faraday and Natchez. Again, we do have a tornado possible tag on all of these severe thunderstorm warnings. This line of storms will likely get some new severe warnings here shortly, as it is starting to push more into other sections here of Mississippi, going closer to central Mississippi here within the next hour. But generally speaking, again, the tornado threat has already reached its peak, as we've alluded to over the last few hours, but we could still definitely see some tornadoes overnight tonight. Thank you, Punisher, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. No way there is a town of my real birth name. Hey, I bet if we look up Zachary, we're going to find a bunch of them. We got Zachary Town, Zachary Taylor. I don't know if that's a person. It might be a person. Zachary Lane in the Bahamas. Is there any places called Max Velocity out there? Nope. A bunch of places called Max, though. At least 5 towns. Rain is in the forecast of the Daytona 500. It should hold off until after the race. There could be some light rain showers that pass by in the afternoon, but yeah, hopefully the race goes on, but it might not. Who knows? We shall see tomorrow. That line will be racing towards the Daytona 500 tomorrow night. Oh my god, this is the best Valentine's Day ever. Yeah, we love severe weather interrupting our plans on Valentine's Day. Unless you had none. If you didn't have any plans on Valentine's Day, hey, this is the place to be, I guess. We're all in the same boat together. We're looking at weather. Should Central Florida be worried about tornadoes tomorrow? No, I don't think so. Your name isn't Max? My name is definitely Max. It's not a fake name. Velocity, on the other hand, that is not necessarily a real name. It should be, though. I could change my last name to Velocity. That'd be the ultimate move, I'm not gonna lie. I want more snow in Connecticut. We could see some snow, maybe later this week. We'll have a video, I think, tomorrow. If we don't have a video tomorrow, we'll definitely have one on Monday, talking more about the upcoming snow chances. We at least have one during the middle of the week. It'll be in the upper Midwest and the northern plains.
A new tornado
and then another
warning
one
has been
potentially
issued.
around the weekend, so right around Friday or Saturday. New tornado warning has been issued in Mississippi. This one will be back over... Get the place here. This one will be over in Amite in Wilkinson counties in Mississippi. So that'll be near Centerville. I'm actually not surprised by this one. Near Liberty. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That rotation is tracking east-northeast towards Macomb. This storm up here northwest of Gloucester, that one's pretty broad at this point. The one north of Baton Rouge near New Roads has gotten a lot broader. And the one near Abbeville, right along the coast, has actually a decent amount of rotation. We got a couple different areas. Actually, we got 3 areas of rotation, but most of them have been pretty broad. None of them have dropped any tornadoes from what we know so far, but again, we could see a tornado at any time. Won't be surprised if we get a new tornado warning at some point here soon, going towards Franklin, Baldwin, and Charenton. That is obviously very far west of New Orleans. I'm directly in the middle of them. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, like, the southern tornado warning and the one near Liberty makes sense. They actually just got rid of the one I was about to say. That one has pretty much gone to wind at this point. The one northwest of Baton Rouge ends in 4 minutes, and the rotation's gone a lot broader. And I'm not very confident that we're going to see a new tornado warning on that one. Granted, we could, but it does not look overly likely right now. But wind is going to be the biggest concern overnight tonight. All right, we got a lot of wind coming. We got a possibility of, again, embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. That's not going anywhere. And we will continue to have some damage. There could be some tornado warnings. Again, what I recommend to everybody here is make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go, as this severe weather threat is really not going to be going anywhere tonight. Yes, we did reach the peak in terms of tornadic activity. We've already done that. We did that a couple hours ago. But severe weather is not going to be going anywhere. It's going to continue into tomorrow. As a reminder, tonight's risk of severe weather is still going to be going for the next several hours. We got a slight risk all the way to Hattiesburg, Gulfport, New Orleans. And then tomorrow, it shifts into the southeast. This is a very questionable tornado risk right now with how fast this line of storms is moving. But if it moves fast enough, the severe weather threat tomorrow might be a bit lower in terms of tornadoes. So we'll have to wait and see how this line of storms evolves. But at the bare minimum, at least a couple of tornadoes are on the table tomorrow, late morning and afternoon. There's a 5% tornado risk for Tallahassee, Valdosta, Jacksonville, Albany, and near Dothan. And slight risk again is in all those areas. Marginal threat goes into South Carolina, Orlando, Tampa, Daytona Beach. If you're in Pensacola, Gulfport, New Orleans, all of you are in a marginal threat. And then on Monday, there is a marginal threat in Los Angeles, California, for mainly a wind risk, but maybe even a brief tornado. So we're going to be shifting coast to coast tomorrow into Monday. Very interesting difference there for sure. Nothing in Savannah tomorrow. I mean, I think we'll have some storms in Savannah. Severe weather, though. Probably not going to see a whole lot. Damaging winds would be the main concern. And there's a chance that we're live tomorrow as well on top of today. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, we'll see what the weather looks like. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Liberty, Greensburg, west of a mite. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, get away from windows. Tampa's going to get storms too tomorrow. I mean, again, everybody's basically going to see storms tomorrow. Thank you, Me6 for the super chat. How's the weather going to be for my vacation in Phoenix this week? Good amount of rain to start the week. After that, it should be nicer weather. Sorry, I missed that super chat. Yeah, Tampa will see storms tomorrow. Basically, everybody in Florida should see storm activity tomorrow. What did you get at Taco Bell? I don't even know. I'm about to eat it in a second. I'll eat it off stream. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream. I know we still have a couple of tornado warnings out there, but if something uptrends and we have some sort of significant tornado threat that develops, we'll go live again. But right now, most of the stuff is kind of wound down. So we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream. But I do appreciate everybody watching. As always, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Stay on the stream. If you want more weather coverage, we are going to redirect you to our 24/7 stream. It has live weather alerts. It has live radar and as well as live weather cameras and storm chasers here across the United States. So you'll be redirected automatically to our 24/7 stream. So stay tuned for that. Again, if anything takes a big turn, we'll go live again. But I think for the most part, we're mostly talking about wind, maybe a brief tornado or two embedded in the line. All right. Thank you guys all again so much for watching, and we will see you in the next live stream, which could be tomorrow. We might have a video tomorrow. I'm not really sure yet. We'll figure that out here soon. So stay tuned. We'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.